and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Um, but an interesting one this week. Thank you very much for joining us today. Just going to connect our folks on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. And there you are. We're good. All right, thank you, and thank you for the 3,000 likes on our tapping. Let's keep the lives up so we can get the live, on the FYP. Thank you for joining us. I'm seeing comments. I think now I have to do my share in such a way that I'll see what you are reading. Good afternoon, Adekomi. Good afternoon, Adeglow. Good afternoon, Biodun. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here as well. Thank you. All right. If you're on YouTube, please like and share the live. If you're on Twitter, please let's keep our tapping and sharing the live. And also, if you are on TikTok, please click on the heart icon above my head here, just right here. Kindly click on it and join the team. If you're already a member of the team, please drop a heart me. Let's try and push the live together to the FYP. Abiodun Ayodele, welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us. All right, it's Friday. We started a bit late because many things happened today, but we thank God. We thank God for grace. We thank God for success. And we're glad that we are here. All right, please let's power up. Let's share the live. Let's keep it going. We're going to have a fantastic session tonight. We're discussing how Yoruba people rejected European culture. But before we get into all of that, we're going to start with the news. Quite a number of things happened in the last couple of days. So we'll get into that. We'll bring people up to discuss it, and then we will get to class. And we have a lot to discuss today. I want to see if we can use this particular topic to round up the session on evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. I would like us to go into something else next week. Perhaps I'll think about it, either something to do with the war or something about Balogun Derinlo. But there's something about the Saro people that I said we're going to talk about at some point. It's in the book by E.E. Ayodele. The book is called The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society, and it talks about Saro as, quote unquote, these are his own words, so the deluded hybrids. And maybe when we get to, maybe next week, before we get into something else, we might deal with that, and then we'll discuss something else later. Well, let's start with the news making the rounds. We have a number of them. Anyway, congratulations to those people who got who supported people like Reno, because a lot of things, a lot of people pushed all kinds of agenda the last couple of days about Reno Mokri. He was at the Senate yesterday to be screened himself. Mr. Femi Fani-Kayode, Florence Ajimobi, a number of them. So a number of people were there, and it was quite nice. But maybe we shouldn't start with that. Let's start with Reno at the National Assembly. It was quite nice how it all played out. I saw a number of senators and House of Reps members welcoming the wife of the former governor of your state, Mrs. Florence Ajimobi. We're going to talk about one of those senators later today. And it was just quite heartwarming that even years after the other husband had passed away, she had, stalwarts of the party, of APC, rallying around the woman. And she was also screened yesterday at the National Assembly. But here is Reno Mokri. I don't know why a lot of people are. I think I know, to be honest, but there's no reason you're going to dislike him or hate him to the point where you wish that he wasn't successful yesterday. I like the fact that he got that, and that says a lot about the president. He spent a lot of time criticizing and maligning President Tinubu. Then he turned around and then he started supporting him. He said he saw the light. He went to Chicago to confirm if the president indeed went to school there, and then he said he was convinced and decided supporting him. And regardless of what he did in the past, he was still welcomed by the president and even appointed, or yes, his name was, one of the names put together by the president to be, what's the word I'm looking for? To be one of the ambassadors. Anyway, here is Reno at the, is it Reno or Reno? Whichever one it is, I'm sure I will not mind. But I'm happy for him and the rest of them. And I'm laughing because of something I probably will not say here. But let's listen to him address the committee. Take a listen. That's the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs. Take a listen, please.
The distinguished chairman, Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, Senator Sani Bello, the distinguished deputy chairman, Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, the distinguished members of the Senate, Committee on Foreign Affairs, and the distinguished senators from my state, Senator Ned, Senator
My name is Mahmoud Yakubu, former Executive Secretary, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TED Fund, and former Chairman INEC.
Next, distinguished Senate Leader, Senator Opeyemi Bamidele, the distinguished Chairman, Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, Senator Sani Bello, the distinguished Deputy Chairman, Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, distinguished members of the Senate, Committee on Foreign Affairs, and distinguished senators from my state, Senator Ned Nwoko, Senator Joel Onowako, and Senator Ede Dafinone, the Special Advisor to the President on Senate Matters, Senator Bashir Ladu, CON. My name is Reno Mokri. I was a Special Assistant to the President on New Media. I'm an author, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
You take a bow individually.
Okay. All right. And so they were asked to take, each of them was asked to take a bow and then move on. But let me play something from the screening of Mrs. Florence Ajimobi and the rest of the ladies. Take a listen.
Distinguished senators, my name is Fatima Florence Ajimobi, wife of late Senator Abiola Ajimobi from Oyo State. I appear before.
Finish. We all know you. Finish.
Thank you. Congratulations, ma'am.
Distinguished colleagues.
Distinguished chairman of this committee, distinguished senators.
Skip protocols, just mention, introduce yourself.
My name is Chioma Priscilla Ohakim MNI, former First Lady Imo State, a lawyer by training. I am very pleased to be in your midst. I thank Mr. President for this nomination. I have been able to do.
Okay, that's fine. Next.
I am Senator Professor Nora Ladi Dadut of the 9th Assembly. And I am glad to be here from Plateau State.
Night Assembly, take a bow and go. Call your supporters. Supporters, not including Lalong. You can leave Lalong. Take Lalong and leave Abibu.
I mean, to be honest, many of them know each other apparently, and we're just quite nice. And there's something that happened, before all of this, even I don't know if it was before or after. I think it was before. Yeah, it was before, when some of the stalwarts of the APC in Oyo State, welcomed the wife of the former governor. I'm going to speak on it because someone took the name of one of those senators and then made a post about it, which, to be honest, is actually wrong, but then said what he wanted to say, and I'd like to speak on that, but that will not be now, that'll be much later. Okay? I think I'll push that to maybe towards the end of the session. Anyway, let's have some interesting event out also between Senator Adams Oshiomhole and Senator Ali Ndume. They had a heated argument over renomocracy screening for an ambassadorial position. Take a listen to this exchange.
Until you are called, you cannot shut me down.
No, he's not talking to you. He wasn't talking to you.
Let the chairman preside.
He wasn't talking to you. 1 minute.
These are people.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. It's a motion on ground. You can either defeat it or let it survive. All right. So how come you have other people have spoken?
Senator Adams, he wasn't. Go ahead.
I have the authority of the chairman.
Please go ahead.
Chairman, you cannot exercise power that you don't have. You don't. Chairman, I want to thank you, Senate Leader, and my colleagues. I cannot be intimidated by people who go here and there. After all, we see people on television questioning this list.
Please ask
Mr. Chairman, sir.
The procedure is that if there is a motion on ground, then it should be seconded. If it is not seconded, it's dead.
It's dead. So allow me to continue. Mr. Chairman, you have allowed me. Please protect me.
Senator Adams, conclude. Your time is going. Conclude.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I think I needed to speak on this in the public interest. With particular reference to the nominee, Reno. Because we cannot pretend we have not had stories.
We can't work on stories.
For me,
there is no petition before the
for me.
Look, this is
for me.
You should not return the Senate. The Senate is not a job.
The power of example that he is a pragmatist. He is not detained by old feelings. You may have doubt, suspicion about anyone until you have the opportunity to so perform. Indeed, you don't know anyone until you give him the driver's, you hand over to him the steering of a vehicle. This young man has shown that where he sees a compelling evidence in the interest of the Nigerian nation, he will not be ashamed to say that I was wrong in my assumption. From what I have seen, this man is working and he deserves the support of all those who want progressive governance. The second side of the argument is that we have a president. We have a president who has shown that by the power of example, the minimum requirement of leadership, and here I will proudly say I was a governor, which is a head of a subnational government. And so when I talk, those who are not the governors should listen.
Governors come to Senate.
You have to have
governors, you struggle to
Your Excellency, you have to have that large hand.
Become a senator.
You have to have, for me, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has showed a rare quality, that the fact that you criticize me during the election, the fact that you abuse me at what time was
Senator Adams, you made your point very clear. There is a motion. Senator Adams, you made your point clear. There is a motion in place. Any seconder?
Okay. Come on, let me conclude. The president has showed large heart, and is have to be commended because he's now a president of all Nigerians.
We commend Mr. President. We commend Mr. President. Joel,
Colleagues, distinguished colleagues, my name once again in favor.
Say, Dundime, are you? Wait. Okay, Senator Ndume, are you opposed to Omekri's nomination?
No.
Senator Shimon, are you opposed to the nomination?
I have recorded it over and over 100%.
So you're on the same page.
You're on the same page. I say another two.
Put the question.
Distinguished colleagues, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay.
Senators Senator Adams Oshamale to Senator Alintume. It's quite interesting, but all of that is just, again, I'm really happy how everything turned out, and I think that people should be free to move, if they are presented with compelling evidence that their previous position was the incorrect one. It takes a lot of maturity and integrity to say, you know what, I was wrong. Okay, but of course we don't want people that are vacillating, always moving here and there. But it makes sense that Reno actually changed the way it did, and Oshomole was not wrong in saying that, in my own opinion. And again, just to say that happy for Reno, but still in the National Assembly, or about something that the National Assembly spoke on a while back. Recently, the National Assembly had a conversation. The Senate actually were talking about the hike in price of airfares, or price of air tickets or plane tickets. That's the right word. They were complaining about the hike in prices of plane tickets. And recently, Ekiti inaugurated commercial flight operations, and one of the airlines that will be operating from there is United Nigeria Airlines, owned by the chairman, the CEO is Professor Obiora Okonkwo, and then he had this to say about the whole thing that has to do with ticketing and the pricing. Take a listen, please.
A little bit late, because these are part of the problems we are facing in Nigeria today. Infrastructure we have is overstretched. We would have been able to come here on time. I was waiting to hear this. Thank you. Well, I think maybe this might be AVM Makinde that made it possible for me to be speaking while the United Nigeria announcement is going on. It's very, very good. So thank you very much.
Jesus Christ. Actually, it has something to do with the pricing of the tickets. It didn't get to it. What he said, actually, let me read to you what he said. It says, we pray the National Assembly will help us address multiple taxation plaguing the airline industry. We are charged about 18 taxes on one single ticket. For any ticket you buy, about 70% goes to other government agencies. And that's what the professor said. But for some reason, this video, reached that part now. But we'll go play them later if we find out. But let me read something to you from NTA. Hike in airfares, reps seek reduction of 50% in airport charges and auxiliary taxes. In the exorbitant cost of domestic air tickets by effecting a 50% reduction in airport charges and auxiliary taxes. The House of Representatives, which passed the resolution at Thursday's plenary, is hoping that this will translate to a significant reduction in airfares to enable Nigerians to take advantage of air travel during the Yuletide. So that's from the National Assembly. And then apparently they also summoned the Minister of Aviation at the Senate to discuss that particular that particular issue. Okay, something else from this time ECOWAS. ECOWAS has announced the removal of air transport taxes across its member states, along with a 25% reduction in passenger and security charges, aiming to make air travel more affordable within the sub-region. The new policy will take effect from January 1, 2026. I think this will really help us to have this intra-regional connection that we sorely need. So that's good from ECOWAS. We'll see what happens with Nigerian airline operators and if the prices will crash in the coming days. Still at the Senate, there was drama in the Nigerian House of Reps recently as lawmakers clashed and traded heated words over the 16 trillion naira CBN probe, with the argument escalating to the point where they almost fought and almost got physical. You may not see it now, but you hear some of the drama. And then when we put out the video, we'll put it there. Take a listen to the, shall I call it altercation between among the House of Reps members. Take a listen.
Order, please.
All right, but I say the money should have done to something else for the Senate. We're going to leave the Senate now, but we're still talking money. The Federal Inland Revenue Service has signed a landmark cooperation pact with France, aimed at modernizing Nigeria's tax administration through digital transformation, capacity development, and improved cross-border enforcement. The agreement comes barely weeks before the formal transition into the Nigeria Revenue Service by January 2026. Good news for some. Good news for all, to be honest, because we all talk about the fact that we need, more policemen securing different parts of Nigeria. Someone said, I really want to speak about this. Yeah, I'll bring you up very soon. I'm just going to run through the news items and then we'll bring people up. Someone says browse live in 2 apps. It's actually more than 2, but thank you very much. Mr. Latin, you're dead wrong. Good evening, sir. All right, let me quickly read this one from the Police Service Commission. They're recruiting 50,000 constables into the Nigeria Police Force, and the portal is open now. Let me do this. I'm going to put this link. Let me just read right now so I don't forget. In case you know anybody, right, that may be interested. Personally, I have a different understanding of how these things should be. Like, if I know somebody that wants to do it, I'll tell them something else, but I'll tell you what I think. Let me just send it first. Personally, I always tell folks who want to get into military or paramilitary forces, I think that's what they call them, to try and get a degree before they get in there. My own opinion based on experience. But this is for those who have SSC, and there are different categories. But this is quite nice. So a lot of people, of course, should take advantage of this as well. The recruitment process is absolutely free. The link is now on Telegram. That's on Radio Me Global on our Telegram channel. Please use that if you know anyone who is interested. That's also a very good way to get people jobs. That's 50,000 constables in the Nigerian police force. That's commendable. While the federal government is doing that, the Jigawa state government has a different plan for their young people. Jigawa to invest 3.5 billion naira in Islamic education for 2026. The Jigawa government says it has earmarked 3.5 billion naira for the development of Sangaya education in the state. Sangaya education in Nigeria is an Islamic learning system focused on memorizing the Quran and learning Islamic principles. Although the system was self-sufficient through community support and chores in pre-colonial Nigeria, it has faced challenges with resources and integration. So I like that everybody knows exactly what they really want. I just hope that everybody's able to make money to do whatever they really want. But at the moment, Jigawa State is planning to invest 3.5 billion in Islamic, let me put it, 3.5 billion naira, the currency is important, in Islamic education for 2026. Someone says, I'm Fulani want to run for governor. There's no Fulani running for governor in your state. Don't, I'll talk about that at the end of today's session. I mean, once we're almost done, I'm going to, that's actually what I want to speak on. Senator Buhari, I'll talk about that before we go. There's no Fulani trying to become governor in your state. I hear a lot of things. I'm like, okay, it is well. But we'll talk about that in a bit. Let me just quickly finish some of this other interesting stuff. Okay, Bill, I said that Jigawa thing never finished. I didn't finish it, so let me read the rest on the cable. In 2024, the federal government commenced processes to integrate Almajiri schools into Nigeria's formal basic education system while incorporating foundational literacy and numeracy lessons into their curriculum. States also constituted implementation committees to revitalize Islamic education and reabsorb out-of-school Almajiri children. Abubakar Maje, the executive secretary at the Jigawa State Sangaya Education Board, defended its budget for the 2026 fiscal year before the State House of Assembly Committee on Basic Education. Maje said the amount covered both capital and recurrent expenditures for the board in 2026. He said that part of the money will be used for the completion of 3 mega Sangaya schools in Kafin, Hausa, Ringim, and Dutse local government areas of the state. Is that not the same region where Jonathan built 157 schools? Can't they take care of the available schools? And I'm sure they know what they need more than I do. I'm from the south, you know. I don't think I know as much on that matter. It's just quite weird, but who am I to go against their better judgment? Anyway, speaking of judgment, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Benin Republic, Segun Ajadi Bakari, Segun Ajadi Bakari, okay, so let me put it this way. There was an ECOWAS brief. Sorry, there was a press conference where the ECOWAS Commission, had a brief with the pressmen, and this Minister of Foreign Affairs of Benin Republic, Segun Ajadi Bakari, had this to say to Nigeria and to the ECOWAS community. Take a listen, please.
Your Excellency, I will will speak. I will start speaking in English, and then I will move to French because I have, also our media, and there is few media, French-speaking media here. We are here as part of our ordinary, ministerial meeting within ECOWAS, and my brother and I, we think that it was important to come and brief you about what happened in Benin a few days back. And as he rightly mentioned, I think it's really important. It was important for all of us within our community, and especially for the two leaders of Benin and Nigeria, so respectively Their Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of Nigeria and President Patrice Talon of Benin, to show clearly that ECOWAS region is still an area where democracy prevails. This is very important, and we show that in our region, in our environments. We cannot accept those attempts to democracy. We request, the intervention of under ECOWAS protocol of Nigeria and other countries, so Côte d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, and Ghana, who also offer the support, was after request of Benin. We request the support of our brothers and sisters, not because our army was not capable to do it, because actually the royalist force in Benin, they stop, the attention, and they gain back. I will speak to French because it's very important what I have to say. Je disais que l'intervention du Nigeria, la réponse du Nigeria sous le mandat de la CEDEAO a été une réponse à la requête du Bénin, des autorités béninoises. Non pas parce que l'armée béninoise...
I'm sure the one that we all understand, you got that one. Right now, I'm hearing Gao. It's sounding very much like Makosa. But that's speaking French apparently.
Ce que le président de la République ne souhaitait pas qu'il y ait des pertes en vies humaines importantes. Et le camp dans lequel...
The summary of that speech, both the one he said in English and the one you heard in French, is on behalf of the government and people of Benin. I would like to thank President Bola Tinubu, the people of Nigeria, and the entire ECOWAS community for the support given to my country and for our collective decision to halt the spread of coups in our sub-region. That's from Segun Ajadi Bakare, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Benin Republic. Welcome. No, I see somebody that I've not seen a bit. Agbex. It's been a minute. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, so that's from Benin Republic. We're going to come back home now. Okay. A few days ago, we talked about how the United States Representative Riley Moore was in Nigeria, and he met with the NSA, that's Nuri Badu, and also met with the governor of Benue State and all of that. Well, there's a news report on Arise News where they talked about his visit and also what Asari Dokubo had to say about what Reverend Dachomo has been saying for a while now. So I'm going to listen to that, and then I'll play you what the Reverend said, recently, I think just a few hours ago. So let's do Arise first, and then we'll move to the other one. It's quite long, so I'm trying to see if we can shorten it. No, let's listen to as much of it as we can. Someone says, I want to read French. Il parle français, anglais, et Yoruba. The Anglais and Yoruba, they are the only ones I know. The other one, I can use Agbari to read it. I think what I say is that, do I understand? You know what? I speak English and Yoruba. I think that's enough for me. I'll learn the other ones as time goes on. Anyway, let's listen to the folks at Arise News, and then from there we'll go to other things. All right, take a listen to, oh dear. Okay, take a listen to this, please.
U.S. Representatives Riley Moore, who is in Nigeria on a fact-finding mission, has shared harrowing accounts from Christian internally displaced persons in Benue State following his visit to IDP camps in the north central state. Congressman Moore, in a post on X, documented testimonies of extreme violence that has displaced over 600,000 Christians in Benue State alone. He stated that he met dozens of Christians who were driven from their homes and that they told harrowing stories that would remain with him for the rest of his life. And I'll read Riley Moore's post on X in part. He wrote, "One woman was forced to watch as they killed her husband and 5 children. She and her unborn child barely escaped. Another woman's family was murdered in front of her and her baby was ripped from her womb. One man's family was hacked to death in front of his eyes and his arm was permanently mangled. There are more than 600,000 Christians in IDP camps in Benue State alone. These Christians should be able to live in their ancestral homeland without fear of genocidal Fulani." Well, Riley Moore's visit to Benue IDP camps brings renewed international attention to the humanitarian crisis in the state, the characterization of the violence as genocidal, and the emphasis on religious targeting may very well increase pressure on the U.S. government to make a stronger stance on Nigeria's security challenges, particularly regarding religious freedom concerns. And of course, the U.S. House of Appropriation responded to Riley Moore's post on X, and they wrote, "America will not look away as innocent lives are stolen," directed by the President of the United States. Appropriators led an on-the-ground mission to inform a report on Christian persecution in Nigeria and guide policy recommendation. Religious freedom and atrocity response are central to our NSRP bill. And I'll take a reaction from a Nigerian user on X. He wrote, "I have to say, I'm genuinely surprised at the amount of effort the U.S. is putting into these congressional hearings. A big delegation in Nigeria going around the country and talking to actual people. Nigerian leaders don't even care that much about this stuff. Very weird and interesting." Ayo, meanwhile, last week, former Niger Delta militant leader Asari Dokubo berated Reverend Ezekiel Dachimo, the chairman of the Church of Christ in Nations in Plateau State, who has been outspoken about the severity of the Christian genocide in Nigeria. Well, in the video that made the rounds on social media, Asari Dokubo warned Dachimo to stop spewing the genocide narrative in Nigeria, describing Dachimo as a fake pastor and a pathetic, pathological liar. Let's take a look.
Dachimo, if I place curse on you, you will not last 24 hours. Wallahi billahi bi-iznillah, you will not last 24 hours because you are a fake and you are a liar. There's hardly any crisis in the north that is rooted in religion. So the Hausa people, farmers that are being killed in Sokoto and in Kebbi by the so-called bandits or whatever they are called, why are they killing them?
All right, Asari Dokubo has spoken again.
Sorry about that. Okay. So is Asari Dokubo correct with that assertion? In a manner of speaking, yes. And that's because everything is seen through the prism of religion. And I've said it several times. It is not that there are no Christians being killed in the north. There are many Christians being killed. But the idea that they are killed primarily because of their faith may not really be true, especially looking at the ethnic bit of... See, this thing is beyond religion. There's an ethnic part of it, There's a political part of it, there's an economic part of it, but I believe that the ethnic actually overshadows everything, including religion. It just so happens that religion is the one that's on the front burner. But that's not to say that nobody from the Christian, of course, a lot of Christians are being killed. But are they being killed just because of their faith? Not necessarily. It's actually more about land. It's actually more about taking control of their ancestral spaces. And if those people were animists, if they were serving, if they had idols, if they were idol worshippers, they would still be killed. Because what the people who are after them really want is not about their faith, it's about the land. It's about their resources. Whether it's land or minerals or whatever. So it's beyond the faith thing. But it's important that, I've said several times, the folks in the Middle Belt especially will use faith, not because they're trying to deceive people, but because that's their way of getting you to hear them. And I've said this several times. There are many small ethnic groups in the Middle Belt of Nigeria, very small, very small. There are some of them, they're no more than 2 million people. Okay? Unlike what we have in the Southwest, for instance, where you have a very huge ethnicity, Yoruba, all over the place. You go to some states in the north and you can find 30 ethnicities in a particular place, and you discover that they speak different languages in the same state. So something's happening to them, and you talk about their ethnicity, you don't even know who they are. But then the north, to be honest, whether it's Christian or Muslim, it be like say if they have not used religion, they don't get their words out. Even the north, even the Muslims as well. Meanwhile, the man, Reverend Achomo, has made a little adjustment to his rhetoric, and I want you to listen to him, and then you can. Someone says next thing is Sharia like the north. There's already Sharia all over the north. What do you mean next thing Sharia? There's already Sharia there. Just listen to the man himself. If you listen very closely, you will notice the difference in his rhetoric now. I mean, there's a longer one. There's a longer version. I'm going to play the shorter one, and if time permits, we'll play the longer one later. But just listen to Reverend Achomo and be very attentive to his choice of. I mean, pay attention to his choice of words. You will notice something. Take a listen.
Quickly before they finish, my message to President Donald Trump is please don't relent. Come quickly before they finish us. If you delay, you will not hear my voice anymore. Because these people, they are finished with my Facebook account. They block it the way they did to you. Come quickly. You are not going to save us alone as Christians. My fellow brothers, Muslims, I beg, save Nigeria.
Did you notice the difference? I mean, there's a longer one, but this shorter one is okay. Did you notice the difference? In case you didn't, I'll play one more time.
Donald Trump, my message to President Donald Trump is please don't relent. Come quickly before they finish us. If you delay, you will not hear my voice anymore. Because these people, they are finished with my Facebook account. They block it the way they did to you. Come quickly. You are not going to save us alone as Christians. My fellow brothers, Muslims, I beg, save Nigeria.
So he's adding that bit now. My fellow brother Muslims are also in pain. Save Nigeria. So it tells you that the rhetoric is changing. It's the same person, the same event, but the rhetoric is changing. And make of that whatever you will. But to be honest, what he's complaining about happening in the north, people are being killed, and something has to be done about it. But turning everything to a religious conversation actually reduces the enormity of the conversation itself. It's beyond religion. And something similar also happened in Niger State. And Bishop Bulus Johanna, who is of the Catholic Diocese of Kotangora, had this to say about the pupils that were abducted recently in Niger State. Please take a listen to the bishop. And this was an exchange on Channels TV recently. Take a listen, please.
Listening to some of those who escaped, I mean the pupils, when the raid was taking place, what they heard them saying that let us take more so that we have more money. Now, if I go by that, I think this abduction has to do more with ransom rather than maybe any religious undertone, you know. So sometimes it's very, you know, it is said that it's very hard to know when a blind man is sleeping. So if somebody is carrying a particular act, until you hear from him what is his intention, you cannot conclude that this is why he's doing it. But if what the puppies were saying, those that escaped, they say, let us take more so that we have more money. So maybe the first intention there is for ransom.
That's the Bishop attached to the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Kotangora, Bishop Bulus Yohana, telling us that those people, it seems that what they're really after was money. It wasn't about religion to them. Some of them, again, this is not to say that there's nothing religious about everything, but to say that it's just about religion, I think it also reduces conversation and doesn't allow you to get to the roots of the matter. But I mean, regardless of how you want to look at it, we still have a lot of security issues in Nigeria. And because of that, the president, recently gave this directive that all security operators, particularly policemen attached to VIPs, should be withdrawn. He spoke on that again, and then he talked about the fact that the civil defense, well, equally armed, would be provided to protect those VIPs, but that the police would be withdrawn. Take a listen to the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
We need all the forces that we can utilize. I know some of our people are exposed. I understand that we have to make exceptional provision for them, and the civil defense are equally armed. And I want to know that from NSA to arm our forest guards too. Take it very seriously. Okay. Again, especially livestock reform, I think the Vice President should get the neck, first of all, to see which village or grazing reserves that can be salvaged or rehabilitated into ranches, livestock settlement. We must eliminate the possibility of conflict and turn the livestock reform into economically viable development. The opportunity is there. Let's utilize it. And it is a neck. Emphasize the constitutional requirement. We see that the land belongs to in the states. Whichever one they can salvage, come back to livestock village or others village. Let us stop this, conflict area and turn it to economic opportunity and prosperity. Thank you very much. This is for you.
There's a second part of that video where I talked about the VIPs. I'm going to comment on what he said about the full. I mean, let me even say it now. I agree that the state should create ranches and livestock villages as long as those places they are creating are not meant for one ethnicity. In other words, you can't go around creating livestock grazing, whatever, in state, in fact, can't even happen. Your state, those states, and now say that it is dedicated to people from a particular ethnicity because they are the ones. No, folks from the state are the ones that will be taking advantage of that. And by the way, people have, someone said something earlier. I think I should even look for it and said, "Oh, why are we pushing back against things like this?" And I said because there's historical precedent, and it would be very unwise to act like that hasn't happened before in the past. And let me read something to you just in case you don't know about it. Give me a second. It's from a newspaper. I want to read something because this has happened before where people say things like, "Shay, we are all Nigerians. We can have a ranch," and then before you know, you're giving to an ethnicity. Why are we against it, and why are we saying that should not happen? I'll read something to you from Punch. This is from 2019. How Fulani converted Ruga settlements in my community to emirate. Obasanjo's ex-aide. A former senior special assistant to ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo, Jonathan Asake, has said the new move to create Ruga settlements in some parts of the country is nothing but an attempt to Fulanize the country. Asake, who was a member of the 7th House of Representatives between 2011 and 2015, maybe it's even Asake, but I'm pronouncing it like a Yoruba man, but I don't think the man is Yoruba. Asake, who was a member of the 7th House of Representatives between 2011 and 2015, said this during an interview on Channels Television Sunrise Daily on Friday. He said the term Ruga was a Fulani word, and it was thus hypocritical of anyone to say when it is implemented across the nation, it would not be exclusive to Fulani. Asake, who is from Southern Kaduna, said in 1987, this is where I'm going, and you can literally check this. I actually did some research on this particular thing. It's about a place called Kachia local government area in Kaduna State. But let me read this thing and then we'll talk about it. Asake, who is from Southern Kaduna, said in 1987, the then government of Kaduna State approved Ruga settlements in the old Kachia local government area, which now comprises Sangon, Kataf, Chikun, Kajuru, and Kachia local government areas. He, however, said over time, the Fulani began to expand these settlements, and today, some of them are being converted to emirates. Asake, who is a member of the Middle Belt Forum, said, quote, I'm from Zagon Kataf local government area in Kaduna State. We have what was established in 1987 as the Kachia Grazing Reserve in the then old Kachia local government, which comprises Zagon Kataf, Chikun, and Kajuru and Kachia local government areas of today. That grazing reserve has been changed to Laduga. Laduga is actually a Fulani word, and no indigene is there. The land has been taken over from the indigenes, and that place is now a big town with big hospitals and roads. In fact, the last voter registration exercise there, 2 registration machines were put there. Today, they have a district head, and they are asking for an emirate. It is just a model of what will happen tomorrow in this country when these settlements are established. You will have state constituencies in the state assembly established all over the country, strictly for Fulani. Asake said the Ruga initiative must be rejected because government's ultimate plan is to take over ancestral land from indigenous owners and give it to a particular people. He hailed sociocultural groups in the south, especially Afenifere and Owaneze Ndibo, for rejecting the idea. This is why I'm against. By the way, this is not just Kaduna. It also happened in a place called Wase in Plateau State. The idea that an ethnicity is given a land and they now have, like they were talking about, want to have amenities, hospitals and stuff, and just for the livestock. If you're giving it to livestock farmers or herds, no, they won't be herdsmen, they'll be livestock farmers. That's okay, as long as those livestock farmers are from the state or from the region. The idea that you go all over Nigeria and create spaces for a particular ethnicity is not going to work. What happened in Kachia is a lesson for all of us. Now, there are people that can go from that place and represent that place in that local government, in the state assembly. And something like that also happened in Plateau State, close to Jos. All right? That's why we push against it, not because people hate an ethnicity, but to say that if you are not part of a people, you can't just come back and the place is almost exclusively for that ethnicity within other people's ancestral spaces. That doesn't make sense. The state government does not really own the land. It owns the land in trust for the people. And you can't take what belongs to the people and give it to others just because we are all in Nigeria. That's nonsense. And yes, people are saying it's private business. Of course, it's private business, but if the government wants to support them, it can support them, but support you where you are from. I mean, it's not like hay and grass cannot be transported. I mean, the other day they brought in grass from Brazil. They can import grass and send it to any part of Nigeria. We don't want to have a situation where a particular ethnicity then dominates a particular kind of business in other people's land, and now they've been given this place that, just like here, they're now trying to turn into an emirate. This was in 2019, by the way, when I was talking about what happened in 1987. Guess how many years it took them to convert that thing from grazing reserve to a proper community? 3 years. 3. Between 87 and 1990, it became a proper settlement of an ethnicity in a place that's not necessarily theirs. 3 years. So, so what the president is saying, it makes sense in the sense that, you know, there should be livestock ranches in different parts of, you know, Nigeria. However, as far as I am concerned, I think those places should be exclusive for indigenous people of those places. That's why we have indigenous. Indigenous makes sense. That clause is very important for the indigenous or for people in that region. If a Yoruba person decides to farm say you are from Ondo and you are farming in Oyo State, if you shout your community, you are one of the people, essentially. Once you have people who are desperate for land, no, we should be very, very wise about it. I said earlier that there are 2 videos I want to play from the president. The first one was talking about the grazing reserves, which I think will also help Nigeria, but we also have to be very careful of the ethnic bit of the whole thing. But here is the president talking about the VIPs. Take a listen.
Police officers from VIP or VVIP. I honestly believe in what I said, and I called on the IG, and I hope the Minister for Police Affairs is here. So if you have any problem of security because of the nature of your assignment, please contact the IGP and get my clearance. The Minister for Interior should liaise with IGP and the civil defense structure to replace those police officers who are on special security duties, so that you don't leave people exposed. NSA and GSM.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much for calling my attention to that. So that's the president talking about the provisions they have for VIPs. A lot of them have been complaining about being exposed and, you know, security risks and all of those things. But thankfully, the NSCDC will be stepping in, and thankfully they're also armed, and hopefully they'll be able to do what the police were doing with the VIPs in terms of protecting them. Moving away from that, Supreme Court overrides FG's pardon for Mariam Sanda, affirms death sentence. The Supreme Court has overridden the pardon granted by President Bola Tinubu on Abuja-based housewife Mariam Sanda, who was in 2020 sentenced to death by hanging for killing her husband Aminu Bello during a domestic dispute. President Tinubu had reduced Sanda's sentence to 12 years imprisonment on compassionate ground. But in a judgment on Friday, the Supreme Court, in a split decision of 4-1, affirmed the death sentence handed Sanda by the Court of Appeal, Abuja, which upheld the decision of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory sentencing her to death by hanging. The Apex Court resolved all the issues raised in the appeal she filed against her and dismissed the appeal for being without merit. Justice Moore Adumei held the held in the lead judgment, which he personally delivered, that the prosecution proved the case beyond reasonable doubt as required. I'll take that again. That the prosecution proved the case beyond reasonable doubt as required, adding that the Court of Appeal was right to have affirmed the judgment of the trial court. Justice Adumain held that it was wrong for the executive to seek to exercise its power of pardon over a case of culpable homicide in respect of which an appeal was pending. I had to wait to read that last paragraph to even make sense of the whole thing. Why would the president pardon the person and the issue will still be taken to court? Apparently, the case was still in the Court of Appeal while the president was granting a pardon to the person, to the convict. The Supreme Court has now upheld the judgment of the appellate court, so that lady is going to die. Why? Because she killed her husband. It's sad, but it is what it is. Let's move on from that. Let's go to some good news. PZ Cussons halts plans to sell African subsidiaries, cites favorable economic currency trends in Nigeria. This is good news. I think we should clap. I think we should clap. This is very, 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 very good news. You know, a lot of people, when we're having issues, people talked about it and they shouted on the rooftops. The whole world had to know things were happening. But now good things are happening. We're not hearing the Twitter gang, you know, talking about it. PZ Cussons halt plans to sell African subsidiaries, cites favorable economic currency trends in Nigeria. The parent company of PZ Cussons Nigeria says it will retain its Africa business as it pursues an ambitious growth strategy built. I'll take that from the beginning. PZ Cussons PLC, the parent company of PZ Cussons Nigeria, says it will retain its Africa business as it pursues an ambitious growth strategy built on a portfolio balance between developed and emerging markets. The company announced the decision in a statement on Thursday while providing an update on the strategic review of its Africa operations, which began in 2024. In September 2024, PZ Cussons said the company is planning to sell its African subsidiaries. That's when all of them came out and said, Nigeria is not working. Everybody is trying to sell their companies and get out of... It was about Africa, but they made it about Nigeria. Anyway, things are changing now. PZ Cussons said the company is looking at partial or full sale, adding that the sale will reduce the company's exposure to Naira fluctuations. On June 18, 2025, Wilma International Limited, a Singaporean food processing and investment holding company, reached an agreement to acquire a 50% stake held by PZ Cussons PLC in the Nigerian joint venture PZ Wilma Limited for $70 million. According to the statement, the group received significant levels of interest from a number of parties regarding the wider Africa portfolio. Quote, the board has, however, concluded that the greatest value for shareholders will be created by retaining the business and building a group portfolio balanced between its developed markets of United Kingdom and Australia, New Zealand, and its emerging markets of Indonesia and Nigeria, PZ Cussons said. This is Turenchi. The point is they're not going anywhere. They're staying back, and they're doing that because of what they have noticed in Nigeria. All right, it says here, the strategy is based on the significant long-term opportunity in Africa, where population is forecast to grow by more than 900 million over the next 25 years, representing over half of total global population growth, the company said. Nigeria's population alone is forecast to increase by over 100 million, further benefiting from urbanization and rapidly growing middle class. Recent economic and currency trends have been more favorable, supporting double-digit revenue growth in our Africa business in the first half of the financial year. That's from the company, and it's just so sad that those who told the world that things were getting destroyed forgot their mics and their mouth when good things are happening. I guess they're not so inclined, but it is well. Let those of us who know about the truth, let's talk about it. Things are getting better. And speaking of things getting better, the Lagos State government has revealed that a second private refinery could be established in the state as plans continue to take shape for another major investor to enter the sector. The disclosure was made by the Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Dr. Oluyinka Abiodun Olumide, So very soon we might have another refinery in Lagos State. Things are getting better. And speaking of refinery, I'd like you to listen to Aliko Dangote as he acknowledges the role of the Oni in the building of the factory and refinery that they had some time ago. Take a listen to Alhaji Aliko Dangote.
I must recognize and thank the Oni of Ife for making us to be able to go in and build our factories. What happened was that when we got in there were over 19 shrines at the site, and nobody was able to even near them to do anything. Only went there, not that he went there personally. He stood right there and said, if I remove all of them, anything that they want, let the gods come and talk to me. Royal Majesty, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because without that simpler act of yours, I don't think it would have actually been able to even build the refinery, not talk about the fertilizer. So thank you very much.
So that's Alhaji Dangote acknowledging what the Oni did, what they were trying to build a refinery, and he mentioned, how he helped them when it came to matters that had to do with traditional religion. All right, moving away from that, but still in Oni, still with Oni, the Oni is going to install the president of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, as the Are Atayeto Odua of the source. And that is happening on Monday, 15th December 2025 at Ile Odudua, Oni's Palace. So the president of Ghana will be installed as the Are Atayeto Odua of the source. That's beautiful. All right, let's go to the governor of the state where Oni resides. This is an exchange with Seun Okinbaloye, or between Seun Okinbaloye and Governor Demola Adeleke of Osun State. I'm going to play two clips, very short, and then we'll bring people up, and afterwards we'll get to class. So here is I just want to play something from Alhaji Lai Mohammed, but we'll do one by one. Let's have the governor of Osun State, and then we'll move to the other one later. Take a listen, please.
Okay, let me first of all say this. I love PDP. I love PDP. And I appreciate that the PDP gave me a platform for me to become senator. And of course now, a governor. And so far so good. I just celebrated my 3 years anniversary as the governor of Osun State under the platform of PDP. But as you can see, I personally myself, I try my best to balance the crisis that we have in PDP from both sides, factions. I did all the best I could do. But I love my state, Osun State. Assuming that you don't need a platform, to go ahead and secure any nomination or for you to be a candidate, could have been a different case. But you need a platform. And time is running out. Since I don't know what will happen in the future. All court cases and all that. So, hello?
Yeah, Your Excellency. Yeah, we're listening. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So, like I said, I love PDP, but with all the crisis that is going on, I'm sure you know about all these crises, but because you are always up to the task to know what is going on. So I did my best. I tried, but everything seems falling apart every day. So as a reasonable person, I have to make a decision. So where do I go from here? So that is why I decided.
You want to swim in this very hostile water you're about to enter into?
Well, thank you very much, Ashun. Let me tell you something. Like I said, Oshu people are wiser. They know the difference between good governance and bad governance. And they have decided to toe Imole path. It is me they are talking about. We are not even talking about party right now. Party is just a platform. And when they compare the records of what my predecessor has done, and they compare to my own record, they have suffered a lot in terms of unpaid salary. They call it AFUSA or whatever. I came in, I brought hope, I brought light in Osun State, to Osun State. So my records, first of all, is build itself. I'm building bridges, which is unprecedented, that has never happened throughout Ile-Ife, the creator of Yoruba land. Building bridges here, building so many roads, and of course, dualizing a lot of roads in Ila, in my hometown, in Osogbo. And of course, I did not abandon. Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I did not abandon any projects because I said, I promised myself I will not abandon any. Starting from.
1 second.
Olúṣèyí Lúpéjú Street.
Please give me a second, please. Please, I need to quickly attend something, but I'm going to play you the stuff that Reverend Ezekiel Dachamo said, the long clip, and then we'll come back to the conversation on the governor of Osun State. Take a listen, please.
I will move to French because
All right, thank you, sir. So we discovered yesterday that Facebook had taken down your Facebook account. A lot of people are talking about it online right now. Can you confirm it and tell us basically what you know of it?
In fact, it was the day before yesterday that I discovered that my Facebook had been hacked. Or this, I don't say, is the Facebook, the message came that they have suspended me, that they will never have anything, I will not be access to it for 178 hours. I don't know what they mean. But I don't know what they mean. I know I've been targeted by the war. And that's why they blocked. I saw this, they did the same thing to Trump. When Trump was contesting, they blocked everything about him. In order to shut down people talking to him, people seeing his activities. He has to move on to Twitter, and I did the same thing. I'm now on Twitter. If you want to find me on Twitter. And with this website that I'm opening, you're about to open it for me. But Facebook has blocked all my accounts. Why did they do that? I don't know. But best known to me, the world doesn't want the truth. And I presented the truth in Facebook. And all the people that are of darkness will always complain to Facebook that this man who don't like him. Even the occultic will say we don't want this issue, this Facebook account. Even the secret society members. Government can also do it. Other people of different religion will not want my Facebook to be before them in their handset. They may have complained to Facebook company. It's all about the gospel. It's all about the truth. It's all about it. And the world doesn't like the truth, doesn't love the truth. Because Jesus says, I'm the way, not a way. Way to God. It's the way. When you miss Jesus, you miss everything. Jesus is the light that will breathe. Any person that rejects Jesus rejects life. Jesus is the truth. Anytime you say light, you are denying Jesus. You are confessing Jesus. You are releasing Jesus into the world. So the truth is about the genocide that took place in Nigeria. The occultic members, the satanic members, people of different religions that don't like Christianity, they have ganged up to eliminate completely my Facebook.
All right. We're not going to listen to everything because I just wanted to have an idea of the other things they said apart from the short clip we played earlier. We're going to move away from, it's a very passionate man and that's his own perspective and it's important to also hear him out. Well, now we also want to listen to the Sultan of Sokoto, who says Christians must not be subjected to Sharia law. The Sultan of Sokoto, Muhammadu Sahad Abubakar, has reiterated that Christians must not be subjected to Sharia law or court processes meant solely for Muslims. He stated this on Wednesday at the opening of the 2025 triennial meeting of the Nigerian Interreligious Council, NIREC, in Abuja. I'm just going to go straight to what he said. He said, he emphasized, he said Sharia is strictly for Muslims and should not be imposed on non-Muslims in any form, including dress or religious practice. They should say that to all those people in Kano and in different parts of the northern Nigeria where they are arresting Christians. I only go for a lot also. But at least he's speaking up now, so we're glad. He emphasized that the Sultan emphasized that Nigeria operates a multi-religious country where government supports the growth of both major religions without adopting any as a state religion. Responding to recent calls for the abolition of Sharia, the Sultan said Nigerians are free to practice their faith without interference and urged leaders to avoid actions that could inflame religious tension. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, also addressed the gathering, urging stronger collaboration between NIREC and the federal government to counter insecurity and rising extremism. All right, that's that from Nirek, and we're just going to listen to a few more things. Okay, yeah, I said Lai Mohammed, the former Minister of Information, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, was on Arise News, and somewhere in the conversation they talked about CNN, and also what happened what happened or did not happen at the Lekki toll gate. I'd like you to listen to Alhaji Lai Mohammed make his own point. Take a listen, please.
You mentioned the issue of CNN, and honestly, that pushback, I still stand by it. Nobody ever said nobody died during the NSAS. No, people died even in Abuja, in Lagos. They died in Kano. But what we were saying is that CNN was not at the toll gate. CNN relied on second-hand, third-hand information. People were there. And my argument and logic was very simple. If a man has a goat and the goat does not come home one night, he will go out and look for that goat. Now, 5 years on today, nobody has come to tell us that my son or my ward went to the toll gate, didn't come back. We never said there was no. People died in Adimosho. People died, many places during the NSAS. As a matter of fact, 37 policemen were killed. 6 soldiers were killed. It's what we kept making that, listen, NSAS was unfortunate, it was tragic, but that there was a massacre at the toll gate is fake news.
Well, the jury.
Absolutely.
So let's move.
And you mentioned the toll gate is fake news.
Well, the jury is out on that one.
Absolutely.
So let's move.
The other part was what happened with Twitter. There was a time in Nigeria where Twitter was suspended, and many people had to depend on something called VPN, and some people could not even depend on anything. Anyway, why did they do that? This is Lai Mohammed explaining why they acted that way, which is quite interesting. Take a listen, please.
Over things, for example, like the Twitter ban, which I believe is contained in your book, for which many Nigerians, you'd have to admit, never really forgave you or the Buhari government. And of course, the CNN controversy over the NSAS Lekki toll gate incident.
Charles, exactly. This is what is in that book. For instance, I know when I say one of the most difficult decisions I took, that was suspending Twitter's operation in Nigeria. Because a time came when Twitter became the platform of choice for all those who are destabilizing the country. So there are some decisions like that that you have to take, not because you like them. So in fact, you won't be popular if you are a minister of information.
But I mean, the ostensible reason, the trigger for that was President Buhari's tweet, which was then deleted.
Honestly, that was not. And you find it in this book. I went to President Buhari and I asked him, sir, we need to suspend service of Twitter. And he asked why. He said, is it because they deleted my tweet? I said, no, sir. And I gave him instances and examples.
Yeah, but what I mean is that was the trigger, because you hadn't, I mean, were you planning to suspend Twitter at that point?
I'd been an advocate of regulating the social media for a very long time, if you remember.
Yes, I do recall that.
I started by advocacy. I started by visiting media houses. I started by trying to work with them. But it was clear in my mind that an unregulated social media could be a disaster. So actually, that was not the trigger. If you monitored me between 2016 and 2023, I was always on the issue of social media. And I kept saying, I'm not trying to stifle free press, but we must regulate.
What?
Sorry about that. There's something happening, so I had to keep muting. But thank you very much for alerting me. All right. So I said I was going to push something to the end. We are there now. So let me talk about this thing before I bring people up. By the way, I see people writing in the comment section. Perhaps I should quickly read a few things before I tell you. I mean, I played that video I want to talk about, and then I will tell you what I think. And again, I think people are pushing an agenda, and they are very ignorant about it, and it's quite sad. But just a few comments here. Someone says, the case needs to be pardoned, or else the children who already lost their father will be rendered orphans. How about the parents? How about the parents of the man who died? They also feel they want closure. I mean, they also need closure. And if you, I mean, would I want the children to grow without either of their parents? Of course not. It would be nice if they had their mom, but a person cannot kill anybody, cannot just go around killing people anyhow and then say, oh, she has children to take care of. Well, the person he killed is also somebody's child. Isn't that here not there? I wish I could pardon her, but the Supreme Court has already spoken, and you can't overturn whatever the judgment of the Supreme Court. That's what it is. It's not even open to anybody's opinions anymore, because the Supreme Court has spoken. That is it. But I get your point, but it is what it is. Someone said the children cannot, okay, still Kubo says the children cannot be given justice by rendering them orphans. Well, again, the secret Supreme Court. It says, Kubo on YouTube says, what of Deborah that was killed because of Sharia? They have refused to prosecute those who killed her. I don't even know if they know those who killed her, which is sad. A lot of Christians have been unalived in the north, some of them even punished, and yet they are not Muslims. It's kind of crazy, the kind of law they practice in that place. And White School also says on YouTube, exactly, our ancestors were eminent livestock producers. Timi of Ede even had Fulani slaves that were tending his cattle, but it was mostly sheep, goats, pigs, and poultry Yoruba raised. And one of the reasons they didn't raise much of cows was because of Sisify, sleeping sickness. And that was also why when Papa Awolowo became premier, one of the things they did was to import a particular breed that was also resistant to Sisify, and I think it worked until when the military guys came over and began to eat everything. Just ate everything, and I mean, we're where we are right now. All right. I think that's about it on YouTube, and I think we got our folks here on TikTok while I was talking. Now, let's get to what I really want to talk on before I get to class. I mentioned earlier that the former governor of, the wife of the former governor of Oyo State, Mrs. Florence Ajimobi, was at the National Assembly, and she was welcomed by, and she was received by representatives of Oyo State, you know, whether it's in the Senate or House of Reps, all of them were there, welcomed her, Amaka. And one of the people there, his name is Alhaji Buhari. Okay? His name is Senator Abdul Fattah Buhari. And somebody, not just one person, a lot of people are now saying something quite interesting about this person. Yes, now he has declared interest in Oyo Guba, like wants to become Oyo State Governor in 2027. And suddenly, people are saying he's Fulani, and the Yoruba people are allowing a Fulani man to represent them. Somebody also mentioned it here earlier. So let's do it this way. I'm going to play you the video of the young man who, I don't even think this one is Yoruba. I just think it's a rabble rouser, to be honest. Because, but I mean, they are saying it. We shouldn't act like we can't hear what they're saying. So let's listen to what they have to say. And they will now ask the question, is the man Fulani or not? Who is he? Where is he from? And why should he be senator, let alone governor, in 2027? Take a listen to the young man on social media, saying whatever he thinks is right. We may not listen to everything because most of it is built on a false premise. But let's take a listen, please.
Saw this post today on Nigeria Tribunal. I saw this post today on Nigeria Tribunal's page. I mean that Senator Buhari, a Fulani man, is declaring his intention to become the next governor of Oyo State. Of course, there's nothing bad in it, but I was like, a Fulani man contesting for the governorship seat in Oyo State. How did he get to that level? It was a question I was asking myself. I was like, So when I went through his antecedents, I discovered that he was formerly a House of Rep member representing Ogbomoso North, and currently a Fulani man, a senator representing the senatorial district in Oyo North. So the question was, how did he get to that level? I was like, So some people said, his upbringing and everything is in Yoruba, so he has been Yorubanized. I said, okay, no problem. But can this happen in Oyo, in Sokoto? That a Yoruba man is coming up as a governor, to become the next governor in Sokoto State, just like the way we are having it now. Can that happen at all? So please, Senator, if you see this video, it is not about you. It's just my curiosity. And I have made video about this. Even before I saw this post, I've made video about it. Warning Yoruba Muslims that, look, your ideology of Islamic religion is not the same thing with that of the Fulani. The Fulani ideology of religion means conquest. It means takeover. And we have seen it that anywhere they have a foothold, they render complete conquest of that place. So don't be surprised when you see Oyo State answering Emir instead of Oba. So don't be surprised. I have made video on it before. So Senator, it's not about you. I'm just talking generally. And thank God some of them, the Yoruba Muslims and Yoruba, they're already rooting for you. That you can do it, that you have done it before. So you might be a good man with good intention for the people of Oyo State. Please don't mind my curiosity. I'm just being curious. And I have talked about this before, and it's like I'm seeing.
Oh, Gagbaru, you're not being curious. You're being clever by half. One of the beautiful things about social media is that it allows for easy, quick, fast dissemination of information. One of the disadvantages is ignorant people are given a voice, and they speak with so much confidence you think they know what they're talking about. You started by talking about the fact that you know that he was a member of House of Representatives representing Ogbomoso, and now is a senator representing Oyo North. If you could read and you found those information, are you telling me that's all you found? For instance, you started by saying his name is Buhari and he's Fulani. In other words, if your name is Buhari, you must be Fulani. Therefore, he is Fulani. And now you're allowing him to represent them, and he now wants to become the governor of Ogun State, for your state. And I see people writing it even on social media, even Yoruba people though. Why do we not fact check? Even what I say here, I also ask, I mentioned the sources so that you could check. I don't lie, but there's nothing wrong with just trying to be sure. I'm a Christian, and one of the bases of our faith is that you check what the person is saying. The Bible talks about the Christians at Berea. They heard Paul preach, and they went back to check if the things that he said were so. The thing is that it's one thing to check if the things that somebody said was correct, another thing to check if the things were wrong. In other words, you are looking for mistakes. That's a different thing, but at least fact check. Let's go over some of the things that he said about this. I don't want to go into what he said about this one because he doesn't know anything about the man, apart from the fact that he's House of Rep member. He was House of Rep member and also now senator. Number one, his name is Abdul Fatai Omotayo Buhari. It is true that he is representing your North Senatorial District and he's a member of APC. I wrote some things as I'm going to be reading it out. He was born in 1965 in Ogbomoso. But was he Fulani? The question is, why do you think he's Fulani? Because his name is Buhari. So now, if your name is, let's say, George, does it mean you are English? If your name is Philip, does that mean you're Greek? If you're Samuel, are you Hebrew? And by the way, how is Buhari equal to Fani when the word itself is Arabic? There's some notes I made here. Let me read something to you. So the full word is al-Bukhari, a person from Bukhara, and Bukhara is a famous ancient city in Uzbekistan. And yeah, the Islamic scholar who compiled Sahih al-Bukhari, one of the most respected collections of hadith, is also known as Imam al-Bukhari. Therefore, the word is common among Muslims. The name is common among Muslims. I mean, there's a man, we know him. We know look about full name about Buhari, Imam, Sheikh. He has a, is it Musa? No, he has a, is the man sọ̀rọ̀ gan báyìí. Ta ló mọ̀ ń bọ̀ dẹ́kin wà bá máa wá. Musa Buhari ọmọ Musa. Thank you, Buhari ọmọ Musa. Not Musa Buhari. Buhari. They call him Buhari ọmọ Musa. He's Yoruba. That a person has the name of somebody who was your president does not mean that that person is from the same ethnicity as your president. So, for instance, if you hear me now that my name is Umaru, does that mean I'm from Katsina State? It's not the same person who call Umaru in Yoruba land. So once you hear Umar, it must be connected to Umar Yaradua because, I mean, definitely is from Katsina because he has Umaru. The thing is, someone says, I think that, someone wrote in comment section, I think that the issue is deeper than that. There are sects of woke Yoruba that are now seriously against, listen, Islam. We'll come back to that. There's this thing about Yoruba, Ronu and everything, and I think it's very important that Yoruba people arise and think. But I think people should actually use the advice of that statement before they begin to speak. All these extremist things like, we don't want something, First get knowledge before you just go out and start saying everybody is Fulani. Do I want Fulani to become governor of your state? Why would I want a Fulani man to become governor? That's even the question. Why would I want a Fulani man to be governor of your state? We have all these years, all over your state now. There's no that person that we want that we have to go and look for a Fulani. Of course, there are people who are capable, who can do the job. So that's not even the question. The point is just that we must be very careful before we run to the extreme. All of this has not proved that it's not Fulani, by the way. I'm just trying to explain that just because a person has the same surname as the former president does not mean that it's from the same place as the former president, especially when the name doesn't even belong to either of them in the ethnicities. It's a name from a place in Uzbekistan, Bukhara. And the person, I guess, that made it popular among the Muslims is the one who wrote the hadith. What's the name of that hadith again? Let me see. Imam al-Bukhari, Sahih al-Bukhari, one of the most respected collections of hadith. He was an Islamic scholar who came up with one of the most respected collections of the hadith. Therefore, people start using that name. It has nothing to do with Fulani. It has nothing to do with Fulani. It's a name that Muslims have chosen because of a particular person, just like Christians have chosen Samuel because of a particular person. Doesn't mean that once they now choose the name now, Buhari Omo Musa that we all know, is he connected to Buhari, the former president of Nigeria? And me, I know Buhari Omo Musa. Now, I've not mentioned where he's really from, but I want to start by even saying that just because the person bears a name does not mean they are Fulani. It makes no sense. Meanwhile, this one, like I said, is not Yoruba. Just once I hear, in fact, let's not go to his ethnicity because the man, Fatai Buhari, his name is Abdul Fatai Omotayo Buhari. He was born in 1965 in Ogbomoso. He went to University of Ilorin, went to Ahmadu Bello University, and went to University of Abuja for a PhD in public policy. Okay, let me just tell you everything about him. University of Ilorin, Bachelor of Science in Business Administration in 1985. Ahmadu Bello University, Masters in Business Administration 1993. University of Abuja, PhD in Public Policy 2009. was Senator for Oyo North. He is Senator for Oyo North since June 2015. House of Representatives, served from 2003 to 2007, representing Ogumosho North, Ogumosho South, Orire Federal Constituency. I'm going to move very quickly to the things that he did while he was there. He advocated support for security initiatives like Amotekun in Southwest. That's the Fulani man that these ones are shouting. That's why there's no way you have you have internet, and you now go and say, I'm just curious. You're not being curious, you're being stupid. You are going all over the place telling us that the person is Fulani, and you're now saying you are being curious. If you're really being curious, you'll not be concluding, you'll be asking questions. But we're going to take it one by one. He supported Amotekun. I want to read something to you from Tribune newspaper. Tribune 2020. The senator representing Oyo North Senatorial District, Senator Abdulfatai Buhari, has said that any Yoruba man who does not support Amotekun should be investigated. Senator Buhari, while speaking with journalists in Shaki, said Amotekun should be embraced by all sons and daughters of Yoruba because it is a security network organized, Let me see. Give me a second, I need to switch the power source. Sorry about that. Took a while, but we're here. Someone says, seems you're on batches. We're on different batches, trust me. We have several. For staying tuned. All right, where did I stop? Yes, I was going to read to you the report from Tribune. This is from February 7, 2020. Any Yoruba man who refuses to support Amotekun should be investigated, Senator Buhari. The senator representing Oyo North Senatorial District, Senator Abdulfatai Buhari, has said that any Yoruba man who does not support Amotekun should be investigated. Senator Buhari, while speaking with journalists in Shaki, said Amotekun should be embraced by all sons and daughters of Yoruba because it is a security network organized to protect Southwest against internal and external aggressors. He said, quote, sorry about that. Senator Buhari, while speaking with journalists in Shaki, said Amotekun should be embraced by all sons and daughters of Yoruba because it is a security network organized to protect Southwest against internal and external aggressors. He said, quote, if it is possible to change my name to Amotekun, I will gladly do it because I am a Yoruba man. Every Yoruba man is Amotekun because the security of our region is a collective responsibility. The chairman, Senate Committee on Land Transport, while speaking on what must be done to make the security network sustainable and functional, said, security initiatives will have issues, a turbulent period in the beginning, but we should not be discouraged. Our determination will make us succeed. He also urged Yoruba people to support and ensure the project is sustainable and achieve its primary objective of securing our land. That's the same senator that these people are calling Fulani. And that's what he said in 2020. Was one of those people who championed the establishment of Amotekun at the National Assembly. And beyond that, he also did stuff for his own people. He championed empowerment programs, constituency projects in Oyo North, and he was involved in different outreaches and engagement with local communities and traditional rulers in his district. There are many other things I would have loved to read, but I think the important thing, the one I really wanted to focus on was what he said about Amotekun when he was talking about the fact that any Yoruba man, any Yoruba person who refuses to support Amotekun should be investigated. That's what he said. And he mentioned that he was Yoruba man. Does this mean, he's not a Fulani? If you notice, I'm not even talking yet about Ibilotiwa, Ibilokolotiwa. It's just this thing where people are more moved by emotions than with reason. And I see somebody in the comment section, and you're right. Let me read to you what he said. I think his name is Sammy. He says, Uncle Busui, Yoruba people are just being very careful about the kind of people who will lead them. But we have to do it we have to make informed decision. We can't be rabble rousers. Just you hear something, and one ignorant person will just make all of us hate one of us because that person is not comfortable with one of us. Or because that person has a particular agenda and requires us to go against one of us in order to be able to achieve their own aim. But we are very passionate because we don't want anybody who is not our own. But have we even studied to know exactly if what is being said is true? I mean, if it's true, that's another matter entirely. This man, is the one that is against Yoruba people that Yoruba will be against. Think about it now, it make sense. He wants to become the governor of your state. Am I supporting him? I'm not a party person. I'm not partisan, and I can tell you that whatever he's saying, he can't just throw his heart in the ring. He first has to win the. And right now, in Oyo State, at least I know that Chief Adeba Adelabu is interested. I think Senator Tessin Folarin is also interested. Now there's Senator Buhari, who is also interested. So they're going to have party primaries, and then they're going to choose who they want to represent them. That one is certain, okay? And we don't know who is going to win, okay? But we can't just. So whatever happens, good luck to all of them. So the question is this: where exactly is this man from? Is he Fulani? Let me start by saying this. Let's even assume he's Fulani. I know what I'm about to say right now is going to be very, 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 very controversial. I'm going to tell you something. Because I think, oh Jesus, I'm being distracted because of the light stuff. Just a second, please. What if the man is not Yoruba? His father is not Yoruba. It doesn't have to be Fulani. It could be, excuse me. Without you, I wouldn't have known it. You know, it's funny that we have people who have Yoruba Oyibo names. I'm not a Muslim, by the way. Of course, you know, I'm a Christian. So even if his full names, like his full name on his certificate is just Abdul Fattah Buhari, does that change the fact that he's Yoruba? If you hear somebody is John Felix, if we didn't put Ajayi Crowther, how about Macaulay is Yoruba? Most people don't know that his Yoruba name is Olayinka. Henry Carr was Yoruba. A lot of our first John, I read the one yesterday, James White. Many of our leaders had these names. Did we ever, you know, say, oh, because Ojori called Yoruba Meji, he doesn't like Yoruba people? I'm not Muslim, but we have to be very, very careful. Abdul Fattah Buhari does not mean the person is from the north. Like, your name is Bello. Does that mean it's really a Yoruba name? There are many Bellos who are Yoruba people. We have to be very careful of people who are also trying to stoke fire embers of religious whatever among Yoruba people. If you want to talk thank you, Erika, Samuel Johnson. I'm remembering the name, but I want to change me, you know. Before they changed to people like Sakpara Williams or Mojalak Baby, all of them had foreign names. There's this thing, I would love for everybody to use their Yoruba names and everything, but we have to be careful. We have to be careful because Otonike Oma ni Tarafunle big now become an extremist, where the sound of anything related to Arabic, you just hate it. So you hear Christopher Musa, you're like, Christian, I'll be Muslim because there's Musa in his name. Am I saying there are no Yoruba people who are doing this extremists, who hold extremist Islamic views? Of course there are. I'm not saying they are not. But you can't just judge a person because their name is a certain way. It doesn't go. I don't think it's fair. And I was saying, say his father and his mother are not Yoruba. How does that matter? And what I'm about to say, I know it's going to be controversial, but you know, I don't care. The truth is, the way to become an indigene or a Yoruba person is not the same thing as this Twitter, social media thing that people are doing. There are many people who have become Yoruba even in the last 50 years. I know some of them. And they didn't have to come on social media to ask for people's, okay, microphone, say mic, chauffeur cafe, Yoruba, I fell. No, there's a process. And I remember when I mentioned this about, interestingly, Madame Flores Ajimobi, people just went haywire. She's not Yoruba, she's not Yoruba. She is Yoruba. She is Yoruba. And guess what? Neither of her parents, none of them was Yoruba. The father was Lebanese, the mother was from Delta State, and she is Yoruba. Things are not so black and white like people. I mean, shall we say we went to school, Abi? Let's prove it. She's Yoruba. She was born in Delta State. The mother was a teenager. In fact, let me even tell you a little about her. She was born in Delta State. The mother was a teenager. The father was Lebanese. She didn't know her father until she grew up, and the mother brought her back to the southwest. There's a place in Ibadan. I don't know if, I mean, like I said, I grew up in Ibadan. I always say it. To be honest, it's a flex. I mean, Ibadan is Ibadan. There's a place called Lebanon Road. That's where the mother took her to the shop that her father owned. I have a book. I wish I could read some of those things to you, but if time permits, I don't want to stand up again. The book is inside our biography. The mother, you know, showed her told her to go there and ask for the particular person, and then she did. The man came out, as a father. They hugged. They had, of course, began a relationship. Mother later got married late, someone else. She went to school in Ibadan. She went to Bodija International School. Even when the mother left Ibadan and moved and came to Lagos, she was with them, Esho. Justice Kayode Esho, that's where she grew up. She was raised as a Yoruba girl. She went to Polytechnic Ibadan instead of University of Ibadan. She preferred secretarial administration to English in UI. So she went to Poly, did that, worked in Lagos, got married, worked with her husband, lived in Lagos, moved to Ibadan, started a business, Grandex, built stuff, went to school later, all of those things. Ó tiẹ̀ fẹ́ Yorùbá ọ̀tọ̀ làwọn tó fẹ́ Yorùbá tó yẹ pé wọ́n ti di àwọn kan àtọ́kùn ti gíràn bí n tá à ń sọ the other day tó ń bú Yorùbá although he was married to a former governor in the same Yoruba. That's our own issue, and I've said it's something that affects our own people because they have an aversion for assimilation. They think it makes them smaller, and that's because they are small. That's that matter. That's their own case. It doesn't mean it applies to everybody. Oh, it must be mother, father, grandfather, grandmother on both sides, grandmother, grandfather on four sides. All of them have to be Yoruba. That's what makes them Yoruba. No. The governor of your state today, his wife is not even Yoruba. Her name is Tamuno. I don't see what she has done that I don't know what she would have done if she was Yoruba. The governor himself, his mother is Benin. Her surname was Omorege. We have to be balanced. The real question, and I've said it several times, the real question is that this person, is the person assimilated into Yoruba? Not just about speaking Yoruba or greeting and prostrating. That's not the point. Has this person become one of us? And I'll tell you how you will know if a person has become one of us. This is a very, very good example. If there's a situation that involves Yoruba people and where she comes from, who will she go with? That is when you will know if that person is part of it. It's not about speaking Yoruba or Ole Kunle, Ole Dobale. Those ones are secondary. If there's an issue where you know that the Yoruba people are on the right side of history or of a particular thing, and somebody wants to attack them to destroy them, and those people who want to attack them are where your parents are from, who are you going to support? It's a very serious question, but that's how you actually know if a person has actually become one of us. Yoruba ní tẹ́wé bá pọ́lá rọṣẹ́, ó máa dọ́ṣẹ́. Tó bá fi ń farẹ̀ jáde yẹn, àwọn kòkó ti dọ́ṣẹ́. And I've said it several times. There are Americans, there are Nigerians who are Americans. Togun bá ṣe láàrin Nigeria àti America, all my bomb anywhere that. The loyalty is to the U.S. and the U.S. Army, although they had Nigerian birth and all of those things, but they're Americans. To think that that thing is too complex for our ancestors is to demean our ancestors. And I think Nigeria has a way of actually dumbing down our brilliance or the genius of our ancestors. It's not all this thing of your father king because your mother is deaf. Listen, in Yoruba land, your father and your mother could be Yoruba and you still be called a bastard. Because as far as Yoruba people are concerned, legitimacy is beyond blood or birth. I mean, if you confer it on you, naturally you are Yoruba by birth, but you could be called a non-Yoruba because of your actions. Your character is the primary thing as far as Yoruba people are concerned. So a person could have more than your Moalini, the father is Yoruba, the mother is Yoruba, what is often called Moalini. Because the action does not look like Omoko or Rweni or Jotomoko, doesn't really care for Yoruba people. Ole tagbowa fún àwọn ará ata. Kí bá be àti ye kan jẹ́ ọba. Kí ye jẹ́ ọmọ ọba mi gan. In fact, kí ye tún jẹ́ ọba ìlú mi. They will call him a bastard because it's not just about birth, it's about character, it's about taking on the values of Omoluabi. If a person takes on that value, you cannot stop them from being Yoruba. That thing has to go deep into the heart of these people that are doing, we must fight or we no go agree. And I get the passion, I get it, especially when you see people like Betty Akeredolu, the things that she has said. I read something on Instagram that this woman is in her 70s. You're supposed to expect things like that from an elder, but I mean, it is what it is. That's not even the point. The point is, you cannot build your own value system over the action of a person or people from a particular place. You have to study your own history and now ask the question I just asked. if the person acculturates and assimilates into Yoruba culture, and the person becomes one of us to the point where they defend Yoruba interest, that person is one of you. And there are loads of examples. We had, I mentioned this example a lot, Oshodi Takpa, who supported the king against anything that could destroy Lagos. As far as he was concerned, he was sold out to the king. Is in his name, Takpa, is Nupe. He became a king. Ladunji, that's his original name. Ladunji became a chief in the palace of the Oba of Lagos. When the Oba of Lagos was exiled, they went together. You cannot go and meet those people, that kind of person, go and meet his children now and say to them that, hey, you should Yoruba because your father's father is king. They will tell you. And the funny thing is that many people that do this thing, please do your DNA test before you do this thing. Do your DNA, because you can go and check now, because the young grandparents go self are mixed. We had an Oshun priestess who was Austrian, Susan Wenger. She was Austrian. Not only did she become Yoruba and decided to become a devotee of one of our deities, she went all the way and became a priestess. And to be honest, that should not be difficult for you to understand, because they are Yoruba pastors. Why can't there be European priestesses or priests? And we have them. There are Ifa priests who are not Yoruba. And like I said, I understand it, but we can't be doing banter and, pedestrian conversations here. Let's talk about Yoruba people are very, 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 very advanced. What will make us allow an Oyinbo person? And it's not because of her skin color. It's not like her skin color gave her an advantage. She had to go through the tutelage like every other person. She's Yoruba, or she was Yoruba, regardless of her skin color. So, to start with, the point is, a person's parents may not even be born Yoruba, and that person can become Yoruba, but the Yoruba people have a set of criteria that person has to essentially fulfill in order for them to accept that person as Yoruba. Yes, Preacher's Boy. Susan Wenger is also called Adunelo Risha. And somebody just put on that example. Now, there's a guy called Ishola Tiago from Portugal. The mother used to work in the palace of the Alaafin of Oyo. Are you the one that will tell Ishola that he's not Yoruba? That Tiago is not Yoruba? Because he's white. His father is Portuguese. His mother is Portuguese. He's Yoruba. Again, when push comes to shove, and Yoruba people find themselves in a dilemma, would this person stand up as a true Yoruba born person, or as a true Yoruba person, or the person you'll be saying like what happened in '93? Also Abiola, everybody moved back to the east. That is not, you get it, because there's another home they have that they are going to. When what happened in Lagos, and between Akitoye and Kosoko, and Oshodi Takpa decided to, why didn't he go back to Nupe? He could have gone back. Why did he go to Ekpe? Why didn't he go back to Nupe? Why did he follow his king to Ekpe? Why? Because he's now from here. Omo bi nisin, ó ti di ara wa, ó ti di, ẹ mọ̀ pé ọmọ wà, ara wà, ara ó wà. Òun ti wá di pé ara wa, ó yàtọ̀ sí ara. Ó ti kúrò ní ara gan, ti wá di ara. Wá di ọmọ onílùú. Yoruba people are not primitive, where they're always where they'll be asking you for birth certificate before they talk about your indigenship. They know who you are. They know who your parents are. There are Yoruba families that I know that have moved cities and states and towns and changed it. You know, Uncle Jide Oyelano. Uncle Jide Oyelano is Egba, but his father is Ijebu, and a lot of people don't know. He is Egba, but his dad is Ijebu, and he claims Egba. I know a man, you may not, he's a major spiritual person in Yoruba land. His father's, I think his grandfather is from Ife. He is from Ikwetu. And we did not start this thing, we started it before Nigeria. So it's not Nigeria that will take it away from us. If you're a Yoruba person, your father, your mother are both Yoruba, and you act like Omoali, we will chase you away and will still take Oshodi over you. That's how sophisticated Yoruba people are. You know, this sophistication, that's what it means to be sophisticated. It's not just about, I have a right because I was born here. You could be born here and still be in prison because you are very stupid or you are just acting like a lunatic. Blood is not enough. Do you mean Tunji? Yes, now, what's the name did I mention? Tunji Oyelano. Did I say what? I didn't say Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka is, where is he from? He's Egba now. Abi? Did I say Jide? No, I meant Tunji. I apologize. I meant Tunji Oyelano. Please power tap on TikTok. This is showing activity. I meant Uncle Tunji Oyelano. Let me repeat it. Uncle Tunji Oyelano. He is Egba, but the father is Ijebu. But he is Egba. And nobody, you know, in time, there was a time in Yoruba land when they ask you, this is actually deep. When they ask you, who, I know you will know it, you will know it. When a person tells you that what do you think they are saying? Sometimes, when say Soyinka is from Ishara, no, Soyinka is Ijebu and Egba, right? You know, Ishara is Remo now. Soyinka is not from Ishara. He calls this place Ijegba, the Autonomous Republic of Ijegba. I think his father is probably Ijebu or something, but the mother, I know the mother is Egba because because it says one side is Ijebu. Wait, I have read Ake now. Where is Essay from? If I die in the room, maybe. But let me just confirm. If you read Ake, he mentioned he called his father Essay and he called his mother the something Christian. The father is you're right. You are right. You're actually right. The father is the Shararemo. Essay is actually from Shararemo. Someone says Remo is Ijebu. Let's just leave that one there. Let's just leave that matter where it is. What you just said right now, that conversation has been going on for more than 100 years. Whether it's just Ijebu or not. But Essay, he calls his father Essay. Essay is actually from Ishara. It's his mother, Enito, who is Egba. But Soyinka, Wole Soyinka is Egba. His father, and that's why he calls this place the Autonomous Republic of Ijegba. So yeah, you can call it Ijeburemo. So Ishara ati Egba. But when we ask you about who is Wole Soyinka, we'll say is an Egba man. Especially because of the show. Many people have the name show from Orishoko. You know. The point is, ṣé wọ́n wá lọ sí Abẹ́òkúta ń sìn? As of Soyinka kò kì í ṣọmọ Ẹ̀gbá. Torí ìyá nìkan lẹ̀gbá. Àwọn kan tẹ wà ṣebí kan ti sọ pé kíní àwọn kan tẹ pé àti ìyá àti bàbá òun ṣe Ẹ̀gbá dẹ̀ ni. Mo mọ family kan bẹ́ẹ̀. They are not very popular, so I don't have to mention. The thing is, every society, Yoruba society, has a set of criteria that a person has to meet or fulfill in order to be absorbed into their society or into their communities. And the person meets that stuff, whether their parents are Yoruba or not. And I'm saying this because there was a time, see, what is happening on social media right now? There was a time, a few years ago, when people were attacking folks that they called mixed breed. And it's a very, very, it's an insane idea. And that's how you begin the Aryan race nonsense. Well, this one is mixed breed. The father is this, the mother is this, therefore it's not Yoruba. Who are you? Who on earth are you? Say it's mixed breed. Yoruba, we don't do Aryan race here. Listen, it's in Yoruba land that you can even become a king on your mother's side. Let me tell you one funny thing. When, that's not today's topic, but it's interesting we're talking about this. When Kwam I indicated interest to be king in Ijebu, we know that it's from Fidepote. Now they say it's Fushegmuwa, and he said that it's from that family as well. And people are saying, but your mother is from Ekiti. Kwam I's mother is Ekiti. The father is Ijebu, and it's Fidepote. So how exactly are you now from Fushegmuwa? Do you know his connection? I read it yesterday. I was like, I still have to read a few more things to even be sure what I read is correct, because I don't know. It's crazy. The connection that the writer made was not through Kwam I's mother. It was through Kwam I's father's mother. In other words, his grandmother's side. No Wala Tibeye. I've not seen that kind of connection ever before. Mostly they'll say father, mother. E.g., I'll give an example. The present deputy governor of Lagos State, his father was a king in Ogun State. And people were saying, oh, he's not from Lagos State. That's why his father became a king in Lagos State. That's deputy governor Femi Hamzat. What a lot of people do not realize is that the town where the deputy governor's father became, king of, is not his own father's town. It's his mother's town. In other words, that's the deputy governor's grandmother's hometown that his father became king of. Think about it for a second. Omo Bini, Lolo Jotni, Baba Omo Eko ni won, but Omo Bini ni won, and became king. Even Lagos that we are talking about, Lagos, the Oba of Lagos, Obini now. Everybody since before Olukunkutere, Babagba, everybody from that point is from Erelukuti to job of Lagos. If we leave it to this, they'll tell you that if a woman give Nife, not only have we had Oba Tojobirin, we've also had a new line created because my own great-grandfather insisted that his daughter must be king of Ife, and the queen regnant, and the Ife decided to choose her son, and from that point onwards, that family has become a major family tree in Ife, ruling houses. And so of the 4 ruling houses in Ife, I belong to one. The second one is close to us because it's the daughter that is the son from the daughter, Lord Bere, ruling house here. Incidentally, the present king right now is from that family, Giesi. Social media is not what it's not Nigerian politics that determine our processes or our governmental structure in Yoruba land. I was saying that we know about mothers, we know about mother's sons, the son of a woman, or that kind of thing, right? But for the first time, I'm hearing the son of a woman wants to use his paternal grandmother's line as his maternal connection to the throne. It's a bit confusing, but that's the explanation I read. It is what it is. But see what we've talked about so far. So we've talked about people whose fathers are either from a town like Uncle Tuji or Ilana, or even our own Professor Wole Oshoyinka, whose mother is Egba, by the way, because his mother is the sister to is it sister now? Yes. He's from the Ransom Kuti family. Oshoyinka's mom is from the Ransom Kuti family. Not Fela's mother. It's actually Fela's father. Fela's mother was the in-law to Madam Eniola although both of them were in Egba Women Association, but they were in-laws, not siblings. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that some of these things can be a bit complex, but it's just to tell you that if a group of people can make you mention one number and you see a lot of mathematics in it, surely they are very complex. And we've mentioned this before. If a person is telling you something as simple as 95, and you have to go round and round to even pronounce 95 in Yoruba language, that tells you how sophisticated those people are. What's 95? For 95, 100 minus 10 minus 5. What am I saying? No, you have to do 20 times 5. You have to do 20 times 5 minus 10 minus 5. That's how you get 95 in Yoruba language. Simple. What you would expect. Can you hear me? Someone is saying audio. Can you hear me? Okay, I think you can hear me. You have to multiply and subtract to arrive at a simple number, 95. Ọgọ́rùn, ogún márùn, ọkọ̀mọ̀ ogún márùn yẹn, wọ́n sọ pé àádọ́rùn. So you need to know your ọgọ́rùn before you get your àádọ́rùn. You now add ó lé mẹ́fà, ó lé márùn, or let's say 94. Let's say at 94. Àádọ́rùn ó lé mẹ́rin, or àádọ́rùn ó dín mẹ́rin if it's 96. The point I'm trying to make is that a people who will be that complex with basic counting will not be so simplistic or pedestrian when it comes to societal structure. Okay, but where is this man really from? To be honest, for me, it's not even about where he's from. It's really about understanding what it means to be Yoruba. And I think we have to keep saying this thing, not so that we can open up to everybody and say, oh, everybody cannot become Yoruba. No. There are people in Nigeria that would never become Yoruba because we know their antecedents and we know their cultural makeup. If you allow them in, they will open the door for people from their place because this is not their place. You see the issue now. People who live amongst us, who probably drink our water, eat our food, speak our language because they want to get ahead, doesn't mean just because the person is speaking Yoruba language doesn't mean they've assimilated though. There are examples of people who got opportunities in Yoruba land and they became a funnel for people from their own original village, their father's village. I'm not saying that Yoruba land is free for all, everybody can become Yoruba. That's not, because you have to be Oyakamala. That's not what I'm. Because they have an aversion for assimilation. Why must I? They cannot even support Yoruba things. All common is from where they are, and there's nothing wrong if you are thinking about where your parents are from. That's fine, but you cannot lema shekusheye. In the sense that you should be thinking of how this place will progress, not how you're going to benefit people from your father's hometown. Anybody who thinks like that is not Yoruba and cannot be Yoruba. And I know, you know the people I'm talking about, they cannot be Yoruba. There are two groups of people in Nigeria. One group does not assimilate because they want to take over. The other group assimilates because they want to take over. And both of them, we have to understand that assimilation is not just by speaking English, by speaking Yoruba language and prostrating and wearing agbada. Is to understand your worldview, your value system. Is it Yoruba in nature? So the concept of assimilation in Yoruba land, it could begin with the food you eat, the language you speak. Do you eat sheba ni abinyo abamala? When we are talking about Ewedu, do you call us Ewedu people? We know that Ori Okwe. And you're supposed to be a Yoruba man. You're using Afonja on a Yoruba person, and you're supposed to be taken seriously. So we know that even if your father's fathers were Yoruba, you would not be considered a Yoruba person. You are using an ethnic slur on the people that are supposedly your people. You already told us that you're not one of us. Even if even both of your parents go back 10 generations are Yoruba, you still not be counted worthy. So I'm working on my so I'm not saying that it's now open up. Everybody can become Yoruba. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying that if I was saying that if a person becomes Yoruba, how do you know a person is Yoruba? It's not just because they speak Yoruba language or they eat Yoruba food or they observe some Yoruba cultures like sleep, prostrating and kneeling down and respect for elders. Those things are good, but that's not really it. What is it? What makes you Yoruba primarily is your worldview. It's the value system. Every other thing that you see should be a product of that invisible thing. What makes you Yoruba is not what you can see. Is the ethos. Is what make it. It's why when you act a certain way, they'll say, so if you are not Yoruba, you have to prove to Yoruba people that you are one of us. When we look at your ethos, when you look at your value system, what's the worldview? What's your value system? That's what proves if you're a Yoruba person. And that cuts across religion. If you don't have that, if you like, stay in Yoruba, your father's fathers and your children's children will always be considered as outsiders. And we have many of them like that in Yoruba, and they've been with us for many years. Those who have been with us for less than that have become Yoruba people. All right, but where exactly is this man from? This Senator Abdul Fatai. He's actually from a place called Ibakmo, and it's a town in Ogbomoso South local government area. It's part of Ogbomoso, to be honest. Like an area of Ogbomoso is in Ogbomoso South local government. The place is called Ibakmo community. So he's from Ibakmo, Ogbomoso South local government of Oyo State. He's not Fulani. The name is a name that a lot of Muslims have adopted. Buhari doesn't make him Arab or Fulani. And we also have to understand what it means to be Yoruba. It's not just by speaking Yoruba. Some of us who are speaking Yoruba we need to also ask ourselves, if we are acting like Yoruba people. I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you and not confuse you that being a Yoruba is a flex, and that let's not allow people that be Moshe da lopo ju Nigeria. Tàbí Moshe da on lopo ju Nigeria. Àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé ilé wọn ò tòrò. Bí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá náà ṣe ní tòrò náà wà. Irú òpònú tó ṣe fídíò yẹn, òpònú dẹ̀ nílò tọ́ torí ó ń sọ nǹkan pẹ̀lú gboyà ó dẹ̀ mọ́. Kò ń ṣe Yorùbá o. Wọ́n kàn burúkú bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n á sọ sáàrin yín. Àbẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbé gbígbá ọtí, wọ́n á máa gbà gbígbá ọtí. Kì í ṣe Yorùbá Fúlàní ni, kì í ṣe Yorùbá Fúlàní ni. Òun dẹ̀ rèé. Ẹ ní kó júwe lé wọn fún yín bí lé wọn ṣe rí. Kò ṣe tó ń bẹ. Yorùbá létò o. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tá à ń sọ yìí kì í ṣe Fúlàní. Ọmọ Yorùbá ni. Èèyàn kan ní, but there are Fulanis that are truly assimilated as Yoruba. Well, there are some actually. I've met some. And like I said, it's not just by speaking language. For us, it's about the worldview of a person. That worldview is what makes you Yoruba. New Era says, Ojukwu was raised in Yoruba land and was fluent in Yoruba. It still didn't stop him from invading Yoruba land with bad belly intentions. That's what I'm saying. Like, just because you can speak Yoruba does not mean you're a Yoruba person. Anybody can learn any language. We speak English language. I'm not English. I don't have the worldview of an Englishman. And that is why, I've said this several times, that is why no matter how long we spend in England, we can only max be British. We will not be seen as English. Parakata, they give us that citizenship. But that indigeneity, that's exclusively theirs. Even if I speak English better than most of them, they don't even know what it is. Doesn't matter. That's where they're from. That's who they are. I'm not, I could speak, if I like, I'm not English. They are English. I don't have their worldview. I'm Yoruba, and I'm proud to be Yoruba, and I'm not going to jettison that for anything in the world. And that's a flex. And if you have that flex from where you're coming from as well, hold on to that, but you can't be Yoruba either. Like me now, I've made peace with the fact that I cannot be English, and I'm okay with it. You also have to make peace with the fact that you can never be Yoruba and be okay with it. Because those who are fighting to be Yoruba today, majority of them do not care for Yoruba worldview or Yoruba way of doing things. They just want to, they want, oh, if you bread the color, allow me a vegel, all of them go for one. I'm actually saying, 31, saying already. All right, that was a very long answer to that question. How Yoruba rejected European culture. How Yoruba rejected European culture. That's today's topic, right? You know what? Let's bring people up. But I hope you got the point, right? I understand though, he's coming from a good place. But also, please, let's be measured. That's all I'm asking for. And let's be informed, and let's not allow people against Arawa. All right, let's read some responses. Let's start with YouTube. We're just going to read some responses, and then we'll get into some of the things we want to discuss today. So, New Era on YouTube, thank you for that comment. Remy Martin says, K1 the Ultimate is a shameless... No. Abba. Àwọn tó wà nínú ẹbí yẹn ṣé wọ́n máa sọ bóyá ìyá bàbá èèyàn kan tó fìyàn jọba nílé wọn ọ̀wọ́n ló kù sí. Nira says, imagine Queen Elizabeth or Queen Victoria wanting to be feminists when they already have what feminism can never give them. Fair enough. There are no feminists in Yoruba land because gender discrimination is not a Yoruba thing. As you said, one Iyelegusi gave birth to his father from Dabira. The person who wrote that thing is Yoruba. Enemy Bruiser. Enemy Bruiser. Mumbo Ejo. And those are Yoruba. This person said his mother is Yelegusi. So as you said, one Yelegusi gave birth to his father from Dabera family, but one of the family members said he referred to Yelegusi never gave birth to any child. But thank you for your comments, Mr. Oluwole Bakari. New Era says Yoruba history is to West Africa what Greek history was to Europe. Can I say that again? New Era says Oba Likpede from Malake got to the throne through his paternal grandmother. Likpede was on the throne for 30 years. Oba just spoiled ground in Ambekota. Just imagine how many princes they passed over. Shibi says from his paternal grandmother. That's what Wasitu is Kwamontu is claiming. I can't call him Wasitu because I don't know the So paternal grandmother. I didn't know that could happen, to be honest. Oh, New Era said, okay, wild Christian is what Shoyinka called his mother. He called his father Essay based on his initials. Thank you. So that's what I was looking for, wild Christian. What Shoyinka is Ishara, his mother that's Egba, but he had adopted Egba. Thank you. Okay, I think we've got enough. Someone says we accept that Showore is Ijo. Pharaoh Timi needs to do DNA testing. I don't know. I don't know. New Era says if a situation involves Yoruba people, GRV would defend IPOB. That's true. And I'm not saying about what will happen in the future. I'm saying what has happened from what we've seen. You are right. New Era says was Justice Esho our father's friend? No, Justice Esho was not our father's friend. But I think actually what happened was, I think it was Mrs. Esho who owned the school, right? So she was going to go to boarding school, and then the mother handed Mrs. Florence Hajimobi as a child, handed her over to Mrs. Esho. You get, so it's not like just it was not like just Esho and her father were friends. It was her mother who put her in that school as a boarder, because she was moving to Lagos, where she eventually got married, to someone else. And by the way, she was a teen mom, so she had to do a lot of stuff, got into business. And interestingly, Madam Jimobi also got into business while she was in school. She was selling clothes. She would get stuff from her mother, material, and then sell it at school, make money. When she was working, she started doing business. How do I know her story? Because I've read her book. She'll go to the UK over the weekend, buy materials and fabric and stuff, and then travel back to Nigeria on Sunday, and then sell our wares and go from time to time to the UK. I think that was in the 80s. So yeah, she grew up with the Eshos actually, and that's a fact from the horse's mouth. Adesojolumide says Akushela Tareshe. Watikum says Senator Buhari is a Yoruba man with Yoruba lineage. Buhari is a Muslim name. It's actually from Uzbekistan, the name, but the Muslims have adopted it as theirs. Thank you. Says the father-in-law of Marian Sander agreed to the pardon and did a press conference with the lady's father. Well, now the matter don't reach Supreme Court. But thank you very much for your response. I think we've got a number of stuff. And it's true. And what New Era said, I think I should spend maybe a couple of minutes on that. Nnamdi Azikiwe could speak Yoruba fluently. Nnamdi Azikiwe went to Opodel in Calabar, then he went to school also, I think it was a Methodist in Lagos. As a young man or as a teenager. So Azikiwe could speak Yoruba, Ojukwu could speak Yoruba, but from history, neither of them had any great plans for Yoruba land. That's why I said, and that's why I was reiterating the fact that just because you speak our language does not mean you are one of us. And it's better to remember that, please, because how come over fear they call new me but all right, let's try and get to class now. Thank you very much for listening to that. And I hope I've read everybody's comments. Let's check Facebook as well before we move on to something else. Someone says Buhari is not a Yoruba name. It's a name of Arabic origin. Yes, we agree. It says all at the exit of Southwestern region, the inherited tax money. No. It wasn't Southwestern region tax money at the time. It was, there was tax money from people in Lagos, but that place, this was way before self-rule in Yoruba. Uzbeks are not Arabs. But the Arabs adopted that name through the Imam Buhari that wrote that hadith. Sometimes people could also borrow names and then it becomes, one of theirs. For instance, there are some names that Yoruba right now, but if you really think about it, be like I say we borrowed it from someone like Bello now. But Bello is not from Yoruba, that one is clear. Ogbadamosi. Because Gbadamosi is different from Bademosi. We have Gbadamosi. And Gbadamosi is a Yoruba name now. But it's not Fulani who removed the name Agbahaki. Jesus is Lord. I think you want this man to be Fulani so bad. If a Yoruba person pronounced Buhari, you think he will put K? Do you know what Yoruba people do when they have, number one, we we as Yoruba people, if you have a verb and a noun together, we will pronounce it. In fact, if you write, let's say you have Buhari, we'll pronounce that, we'll not be saying Buhari Yoruba. We that, if you put two consonants together, we will introduce vowels somewhere in there, e.g. Alubosa, Alamisi, Alaruba. We'll find one vowel. We cannot have two consonants as far as we are concerned. It will not work. So we must introduce Bilikisu. Those about kids are be L and K. We put E there. You can't even say Bali. Say Bilikisu. Just look for any name. If you say your name is even the one that is simple vowel and consonant, we say hard vowel. That's how Adijat became Adijatu. Yoruba. We're very creative. Give us what we will make it our own. Even Peter is Peteru. So it's not just for Sinchin. I think we are thinking on the same frequency. Even Peter is Peteru. Lukumono. Sulaimono. Abisule. Mention Sule in Arab. They'll be like, who is Sule? They won't know that Samuel is Samu. God bless you. See, Mogbeji found one Yoruba. About why Yoruba there so. What about Samson? Samson is not very popular, so we say Samsoni or we say Samsoni, but Samson became popular. It's not as popular as Samuel in Yoruba land, so we say Samsoni. But the E, we have to add a vowel there. Zainab is said. It's not even Zainabu. We don't have Z in Yoruba. It's Zainabu. If you are Zainab, your name is Zainabu. And you have to Samsini, Samsudini. We can't just end stuff on consonant. We do sometimes, like in rare cases. But if it's a name, most likely they're going to add to it. And I think it's probably because of the way they called it. So, for instance, if it's Ilorin or Ibadan, they will stop at the consonant. But even that has a vowel preceding it. E before ni, A before ni. But if it's a name, they must add another vowel at the end. Because if you want to call it, I say Lamid, Lamidi. All right. Mr. Lawale Inka on Facebook. It's been a minute. I haven't seen you on TikTok a little bit, but thank you for joining us on Facebook. Prince Vini Udioko and Makinde Abite Melali. I see your comment. I'm trying not to read some of the things here because of what is there, but thank you. Mukaila, Michael Lee, we are just a very wonderful group. So his name is Buhari, and he wants to become governor. And what's happening right now is that, listen, I also said politics is even very interesting. Most of the governors of Oyo State have been from Ibadan. So people are asking, for instance, I'm also really loud, but it's not even Buhari. Is people from Okiogun. And Senator Buhari is not from Okiogun, he's from Ogumosho. And Okiogun team Jafukini. At least Ogumosho had a governor not too long ago. That was Chief Alawa Kala. But láti ìgbà tó ti ń ṣe ìjọba àwa ara wa yàtọ̀ sí Olóyè Bọ́lá Ìgè tó wọ́n látẹ̀sà òkè, and that was because of course nígbà yẹn old Oyo State or present day Osun State was part of Oyo State at the time. So after Bọ́lá Ìgè, the next person was Olúnlọ́yọ̀, and that's when Ibadan began to say Ọmọ wa Nẹ́jọ́ ṣe. From him, you had then 93. You had Kolapo Shola, Chief Kolapo Shola. Then 99, you had Lam, Olaji Lam Adesina. Then you now had Kabe Sinsin, Oba Rashid Ladoja. All the one to that koi Ibadan Oba, abi. Ẹ̀yin bàbá Ládọjà ló wà kan Àlàó Kálà tó jògbó mọ́ṣọ́. Lẹ́yìn Àlàó Kálà, Ajímọ̀bí, Ìbàdàn. Ìbàdàn ló ń lọ́yọ̀ o, Ìbàdàn Rashid Ládọjà o. Ìbàdàn ní Ajímọ̀bí. Ìbàdàn náà ni ètò wà bẹ́ẹ̀ báyìí sìn Ṣèyí Governor Ṣèyí Tinubu sorry Ṣèyí Tinubu Governor Ṣèyí Mákindé so àwọn kan wá sọ pé kó má jẹ́ Ìbàdàn nìkan pé kán gbé wá sí ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn náà so àwọn Òkè Ògùn fẹ́ kíni wọn àwọn Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ so bó ṣe wà sí náà fi pé àwọn tó tí ò ti ṣe mi rò pé máa lọ sí Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ gan Òkè Ògùn ló máa fẹ́ lọ bọ́n mo ṣe ń wòye ó ṣeé ṣe kó jẹ́ pé Ìbàdàn ló máa tún gbégbá orókè torí nínú APC àwọn tó ti ń fẹ́ di kíni ní tó ti fẹ́ di gómìnà láàrin wọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn APC náà wà the present minister of power the present minister of power Chief Adelabu and Senator Teslim Folarin, both of them are in APC and they've been trying to be governor for a while. Someone says prophecy, Governor Sheyi Tinubu. Amen. When it's his turn, I pray he becomes that. Someone says Adedibu was never governor of Oyo State. Adedibu was a strong man of Ibadan politics, but was not the governor of Oyo State. But it was that man who no matter what. Let me tell you one funny story. I wish I could play it for you. Let me see if I can play King rest there. I'll see if I can play. It's actually quite funny, but it would be nice if you hear it from him. You probably would not believe that an old man will say it. If I don't find the video on time, I will now tell you. Somebody mentioned Adedibu. In case you haven't heard him, Adedibu has a son, HR. Yes. Interestingly, he also has a professor's son. This thing is long. This thing is long. I found it, but it's long. He has a son who is a professor, Professor Adedibu. He's a counter with OBJ. Yes, that's one I wanted to play, but what was talking about when they said legacy Olúfẹ́ filẹ̀ fáwọn ọmọ. And then Baba said he came all the way from Abuja to come and see me in Ibadan. And you're asking me what legacy I want to leave. How come he didn't go to see anybody else in Ibadan and he came to see me? That's enough legacy. I wish I could play that part because this thing is long. It's about 30, almost 40 minutes. I found it. Okay, there's a shorter one. Let me play the shorter one for you. This man is something else. Let me play the shorter one. It's about 10 minutes, but I think you're going to enjoy it. Do you know they removed Oba Rashid Ladoja from his seat as well? They impeached him. That did not happen in Kosheyin Baba Adejubo. Do you know the people that actually NURTW load impeach the governor. Ẹkáàbọ. Let me play you that video, the shorter one. No, I have to. Hold on, please. So he even narrated how he was breaking Mapo. Ọlọ́run dá àwọn èèyàn kan. Ká sáré gbọ́ kínní lérèfé, a máa padà sórí ọ̀rọ̀ tá a fẹ́ sọ. A sì ní. We have some time. Just let me add this account so you can listen. Okay. All right, take a listen, please.
Ladoja wanted to erect his own billboard at the roundabout of the secretariat in Oyo State. And he telephoned me, Baba, I want you to come and commission this thing. We went there, and I told your boys, all these reporters, I said, well, this is Lamadeshina's billboard. We are erecting this today. They should not touch it. Because this has been there since year 2000. And we are erecting this now in the year 2003. One Lamadeshina and his supporter not to touch it. If they touch it, there's going to be crisis. Well, 6 days after, Ladoja phoned me. He said they have removed his signboard. Then I sent all my boys out throughout Oyo State that they should remove everything belonging to Lamadeshina. If they see Oyo State a fake coup, they should seize it. They should see this. I said they should see. They should not allow them to move freely. Then the lamb went to Abuja. And the president phoned that he will be coming to Ibadan. He will be coming to Ibadan, that we should meet him at the presidential lodge at the airport in Ibadan. Well, about Obasanjo himself, the head of state, the governor of Oyo State, our leader, Chimbode George, Baba Alayande, they were expecting me. I came late. So Obasanjo was annoyed that after he came all the way from Abuja personally to see me, and I have to disappoint him, I came late about 25 minutes. They said they should open the meeting. He was very, very annoyed. He was abusing Ladoja when I opened the door. Rashidi, he said, go by. He said, go by. Then I opened the door. I said, what is here? What is wrong? What is happening? What is really happening? He said, Baba Dibu, what is happening in your state? I said, there's nothing. He said, you are, how old are you now? How old are you? I said, why are you asking me that type of question? You send money to me. You gave me $500,000 for my birthday. If you don't know my age, why do you send money? Are you just giving everybody money like that? I said, well, you know my age. You gave me money for my birthday, so you're supposed to know. He said, why I asked you this question is that at the age of 76, you are the one causing problem in the whole of Oyo State. We have intelligence report that said you are causing trouble. I said, I'm a real Ibadan man, and we always cause trouble. That is our name.
Mombo, I'm trying to skip the advert.
So by telling me that I'm causing trouble, it means you are saying that I am not a bastard. I am a real Ibadan man. We are born to cause trouble. He said, at the age of 76, I said, well, it doesn't matter. You are repeating my age when you say you don't know now. They said you are the one removing billboard. I say I'm even doing more than that. Not only the billboard, I'm even attacking the vehicle of the. He said, why are you doing that? I said, we don't want this man there. This is the man we want, and that is all. I sat down there. He said, what legacy do you want to leave behind?
That's President Obasanjo.
Yes, Obasanjo asked me. He said, what legacy do you want to leave behind at the age of 76 that you are causing trouble? I said, well, you came to Makuru last time to address rally. It was more than myself, Chivakilo, were there, were there. You never mentioned their name. More than 9 times you were repeating my name. Chivadidibu, don't want you. You never mentioned other names. I said, well, that is one of the legacies. The other legacy is that they told you I'm causing trouble, and that is why you are here. That Adedibu is causing trouble, and you are here. The president of the country is a legacy. So I'll be causing trouble and call you to be here. So he started to laugh that I have never come across this type of life. I said, that is a legacy. Sufficient for me to live upon as a legacy. You are here now. You are sitting down near me. And what you come for is that because I'm causing trouble. Adedibu is causing trouble, let's go to Oyo State. Is that not a legacy? He said, I don't know what to say again. Then I took my hand into my pocket and brought out a letter written by one section of Oyo State because we have molested them so much. They have to apologize for removing that billboard. Then I told Obasanjo, I said, look, this is the letter they wrote. They have apologized to us. He got the letter. Baba Adedibu, ẹ̀yin ò dẹ̀ ṣe wá pé àbúrò yín gọ́vnà Mr. President, you are trying to cheat me. You went to university. Lamadeshina went. Laraja went. Babalaya, they was the oldest person here went to university. But the judge went to university. I don't go to university. You are preaching to me now to call Lamadeshina. Why can't he call his younger brother and tell him, what are you saying now? I said, you know that anybody, do I go to university? Do I know more than what I'm doing? I don't know what I'm doing. You know more than what I'm doing. He said, well, then he took my hand. I said, that is your gift from God. I can't say more. Then Babalade said, Lamidi, you are my son. And you know the years have been nursing you, putting you in my mind, doing everything you want. Why do you go around secretariat and be shooting gun? I said, because we want to take the government from Lamadeshina. He said, can that be right? I said, Baba, the day Awolowo was installed as the premier of the region, we paid £2 for the use of Mako Hall. The NCNC was in control. Adedabu was the chairman of the council. They issued the permit to us. Before Awolowo came from the secretariat, where he went and swear as the premier of the region, Adedabu had locked the door. When I was forcing the door open, you were standing with me, Baba, and they said, yeah, it is true, I was with you. But then Obasanjo said, what, Baba, what do you want us to say again? Baba, do you mean by follow? What is different now? What is, Then Obasanjo stood up and said, well, I better take excuse. I said, no, you cannot go. Mr. President, you are our father here. You cannot just do like Akintola. If 25 people gave evidence before Akintola, all of them will be right. And everybody will be laughing. I said, who is guilty now? Who is guilty? Is it me or Lamadeshina or his government? Then he now said, Lam, didn't I tell you, within you and myself, haven't we discussed? He said, I've told him the governor is wrong. The governor is wrong. I said, well, thank you very much. Then we now stood up. Protocol demand that he should go first. Lamadeshina should follow him. So the two of them were moving forward. And crowd outside, the PDP and the crowd was so strong that he wanted to seize that opportunity to show that he's very familiar with Obasanjo. Then I penetrate within the two of them. I just push them apart. Obasanjo, who is that? I said, it is me. He said, Baba, what do you want again? I said, I want the governor to introduce me to you. He said, the governor was saying that this is our Baba, Chief Adedibu, and so on, pillar of PDP. Then the governor now withdraw him nearer. He said, Emma told you one, because he loved him. I said, he doesn't take care of us. You gave me 275,000 since you have been running your government. You now want to re-enter again. Oh no, that means what you're telling you. But now we do think it's possible. The military men who are there by not election, they come to my house. Are they not coming to my house? You feel it is easy for anybody to rule this country without, to rule this or your state without seeing me?
Even the military.
Ó pọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tó kí àwọn eléwé ọmọ lọ́wọ́ pé àwọn ẹyọ àṣezọ̀bí ló gbàgbòrò kan àwọn pàápàá ò lọ́nà Owó road ó ti bẹ́ẹ̀ ló gbó. But we thank God. You know, people that got into politics in 2023 with Peter Obi, they really think this is how Nigerian politics has always been. You can just come and say, they should be introduced to Baba Adedibu. Anyway, before we leave this whole thing, let me just read one more good stuff going on in the National Assembly. Bill to give state control of oil, mineral resources passes second reading at Reps. A bill seeking to amend the 1999 Constitution to transfer control of natural resources, including oil fields, minerals, and natural gas, from the federal government to states, has scaled second reading in the House of Representatives. The proposed legislation aims to restructure Nigeria's resource governance framework, granting states greater autonomy over exploration, management, and revenue generation of natural assets. Excuse me 1 second. Let me open it in another place. It says here, the bill... Can't really see. Well, let me just go back to the other one. I think this is a very beautiful bill, by the way. Just give me a second. I'm gonna, get back to it. I'm reading from Business Day, by the way. But this was in March, oh. This was in March. So I hope somebody mentioned, okay, I remember why I opened this in the first place. Someone mentioned that, is there something going on that bill? But so this happened in March. But we'll see what happened, what has happened so far. We'll read the current status later. Let me just find it. Okay. Bill to give state control of oil, mineral resources passes second reading at Reps. Again, that was in March, it's not recent. A bill seeking to amend the 1999 Constitution to transfer control of natural resources, including oil fields, minerals, and natural gas, from the federal government to states, has scaled second reading in the House of Representatives. The proposed legislation aims to restructure Nigeria's resource governance framework, granting states greater autonomy over exploration, management, and revenue generation of natural assets within their jurisdictions. And the bill titled, A Bill for an Act to alter provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to decentralize governance of natural resources in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to transfer minerals, including oil fields, mining, geological surveys, and so on and so forth, was sponsored by Abbas Tajuddin, the House Speaker, and 3 others. So it's applied to move from the exclusive list to the legislative list. So that was in March. Let me quickly read what's happening, the current status of the bill, and then we'll move on to other things. So the person that asked that question earlier, I've checked everywhere. It's still where it was. Nothing much has happened since that time. And I really can't find the news on, if the bill has gone beyond the second, if it has gone beyond second reading. So this is me responding to a question that somebody asked much earlier. All right. Oh, shaking you it on there, Connie. Intagboy not to Jerry. Baba Adelabu is a fantastic person, but it is well. All right. What can we do? What shall we do today now? Today, fireworks. I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's a generational thing. But people are celebrating and putting out fireworks since November. Already. Multivitamin. Good evening, Prof. I got my books. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much for your patronage. So we have people who buy books on Read Me Books on Telegram. And so if there's any book you hear me mention and you want to, you just go there, check Read Me Books on Telegram. And if you find what you're looking for, please let us know. We'll be able to get it across to you. Umbo. Let's have a little conversation on the topic proper. I'm having a little issue with my notes here, but if you give me some time, I will sort it and then we can get into the conversation. Someone said the day Baba died in Ibadan was silent. People they fear. It is well. I'm having a little issue here. If you give me like a minute, I think I should be able to sort it. So we started the series a while back when we were discussing the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. We're not essentially discussing Christianity like that today. We're just talking about that same series, but from the perspective of how Yoruba people rejected European culture. Okay. It might be no. Go back the down on you. Kotashi in Shibakam. Okay, I think it's getting better. Just a second. All right. By the way, some people sent requests earlier. There might be no. There might be no. It's always good to have people come up, but I know that sometimes I could be answering one question and it takes a while sometimes. But Kubali Danon. Let's get into today's topic. Even if it's just a few minutes we can spend, we'll go and spend it and we're going to have a great time. So let's go back to, I'm not going back anywhere, we're starting. Let's start with where we stopped the last time we were here. And that's the paper by Professor J. F. Ajayi. The paper is called The 19th Century Origins of Nigerian Nationalism. Okay, and we read some things there. I'm just going to read some of those things again and then we'll move on from there to other things. It's already past. Wow. I think we spent some time on Buhari's issue. Okay, we'll still read a few things before we go. All right, so this is from Journal of the Historical Society of Nigeria. This was published December 1961. I was talking about the evolution or the origins of nationalism in Nigeria, and he mentioned that that Christianity had a role to play in the origins. I don't want to go back to everything we discussed because of time, but please, if you go to the live section, you can check out parts 5 of the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land to get some of the things that we might be referring to today. So he said in the book, the rise of such a class. What class was he talking about? I have to go back just a bit. I don't want to waste time. The rise of such a class, talking about educated Africans, let me just start from there. The rise of such a class was the greatest contribution of Christian missions to Nigerian nationalism, and it was referring to a statement that was made by the General Secretary of the CMS in 1857, where he declared, quote, "We hope that by God's blessing on our plans, a large body of such native growers of cotton and traders may spring up, who may form an intelligent and influential class of society and become founders of a kingdom which shall render incalculable benefits to Africa and hold a position among the states of Europe." The rise of such a class of educated Africans was the greatest contribution of Christian missions to Nigerian nationalism. Give me a second. Again, I apologize. I have my notes on the device and the app was misbehaving, but I think it's going to calm down. See? So I'll read from my notes and then I'll read the books whenever we need to. Man. Take. Let the man do yo. I record body and so he was saying basically that some of the missionaries actually had it in mind to raise a group of influential people among Africans who would do marvelous things and who will be able to hold their own even when they find themselves among Europeans. But some things began to happen that although that was what they had in their mind, what some of them had in their mind, things began to change after a while. So I'm going to read some things from the paper, then we'll go to my notes. I think I'm on the right track. So he says here, the most important factor in the makeup of those who returned from Sierra Leone, Cuba, and Brazil, like we discussed the other time, the most important factor, however, was that in passing through slavery into freedom, they had all been made acutely conscious of the gaps that separated them as a people from the Europeans. And in spite of having been subjected to Europeans, or because of it, they wished to be like Europeans. So we mentioned, of course, that a lot of people returned in the 1840s from Sierra Leone, from Brazil, and from Cuba. And we said that the folks from Sierra Leone could speak English, folks from Cuba could speak Spanish, and those from Brazil could speak Portuguese. And so they returned, and a lot of them wanted to become Europeans. They had all traveled far. A few of them had traveled widely and had seen something of the European world, either in Europe itself or at second hand in Sierra Leone, the West Indies, or Latin America. By and large, they all came back desiring to make certain changes in the land of their birth, or just hoping to see the changes come about. As the Methodist minister said of those leaving Sierra Leone in 1841, they desired for their country, quote, that the gospel of that the gospel of God our Savior may be preached unto her, that schools may be established, that Bibles may be sent, that the British flag may be hoisted, and that she may rank among the civilized nations of the earth. They were the first generation of Nigerian nationalists. Their nationalism consisted in their vision of a new social, economic, and political order, such as would make their country rank among the civilized nations of the earth. Two features of this nationalism should now be noticed. One was that it was not specifically Nigerian. Nigeria did not yet exist as a political unit. The existing political units being considered too small, there was in fact no political unit in which the nationalism was identified, and there was not even a national language to give it impetus. Some did think of those who spoke a language, particularly Yoruba, Hausa, Kanuri, or Igbo, as providing a basis for the new nation. But it was not language, but racial consciousness that gave impetus to the nationalism. Therefore, more usually they referred to the African race as the basis of the new nation. But since they knew only a part of that Africa, it was the part they knew, that is to say West Africa, that they usually had in mind. The dispersal of people from Sierra Leone to different parts of West Africa, the Gambia, Gold Coast, Lagos, the Niger, Calabar, Fernando Po, Victoria, gave rise to a class of educated Africans with relations all over West Africa, thus giving a certain reality to West Africa as the political basis of the nationalism. The nearest, I'm trying not to explain because we did all the explanation last time, so this is just like a recap before we get into today's conversation, which we're going to spend not too long on it, but we'll get something out of it. The nearest approach to the Nigeria of today was to be found in CMS circles because their mission field covered Yoruba, the Delta, and the lower Niger and Benue, and many people thought of their mission fields as the likely basis of the new nation. For the same reason, nationalism tended to be less pronounced among those who worked in restricted fields that did not cut across the existing political units, the best example of this being the Presbyterians in Calabar. The second feature of this early nationalism was that, as the Methodist minister quoted above put it, the nationalists desired that the British flag may be hoisted. This meant not that they wanted their country to be annexed as such, and as they came to realize the full significance of annexation, they did not want it, but that they actively demanded European support and tutelage. It should be remembered that to begin with, for most of them, especially those from Sierra Leone, the typical figure of the Englishman was that of the kindly naval officer who broke their chains, or the benevolent missionary who put them through the ABC, took an interest in their education, and later employed them as catechists or put them in touch with English business houses with whom to trade. Between 1840 and 1865, the belief was gradually built up in Nigeria that Britain desired nothing more than to assist these men gradually to create in their country such a nation as they dreamt about, where the African will be able to show to the world that his capabilities were in no way inferior to those of other races. Various training schemes were initiated to feed them into this great responsibility. Several of them were trained in Britain in diverse fields, ranging from navigation to business management, from building and tile making to botany and medicine, apart from literary subjects. And for as many as were qualified, various opportunities existed for employment, both within and outside the missions, on a basis of equality with Europeans. The elevation of Crowther to the position of bishop in the Anglican Church in 1864, and the head of all, the elevation of Crowther to the position of bishop in the Anglican Church in 1864, and the head of an all-African staff on the Niger marked the climax of this development. We're going to go back to that thing in a bit, but just remember that in 1864, Crowther became the first African bishop. By the way, last year, his enthronement, so to speak, or his installation as a bishop was celebrated in Onitsha. And at least the priests in the Anglican Church in Onitsha were grateful that Crowther was one that brought the gospel, or the light of the gospel, to them. But some things happened, some political developments took place. It's quite long, but I think I should read it so I can get context. Again, I'm trying not to just explain. I want to actually want us to read together. So it says the elevation of Crowther to the position of bishop in the Anglican Church in 1864 and the head of an all-African staff on the Niger marked the climax of this development. Please don't stop our tapping on TikTok. Let's like the live and share. And also click on the art icon. Let's drop out means. These numbers are low, please. Right? We want to keep the live going. So please, let's power tap. Thank you very much. If you're on YouTube, please like and share. Also, if you're on Facebook, can you like and share the live? Thank you. Thus, these early nationalists believed that Britain was some sort of fairy godparent who would train them and send them forth to show the world what they could do. They therefore collaborated loyally with the missionaries. They played significant roles in pioneering various mission fields as interpreters, teachers in the schools, itinerating evangelists in the villages, full missionaries in the main centers, working on various languages, reducing them to writing and translating the Bible into them, teaching in the training colleges or founding grammar schools. They joined missionaries too in fighting the slave trade and encouraging the development of legitimate trade overseas in palm oil, indigo, ivory, shea butter, and cotton. Many of them pioneered the trade in new areas, and others were prominent in export and import trade. Similarly, they joined the missionaries in encouraging the British government to support these measures and to undertake fresh exertions to end the slave trade. They joined in demanding British protection at Badagry, Calabar, and Abeokuta in the 1840s. In the last mentioned place, they were themselves the soldiers whom an officer of the Navy was asked to drill and to arm in order to protect that quote-unquote sunrise within the tropics from the onslaughts of the King of Dahomey. Let me just ask a question. If you were here, you probably know this. When we eventually restart our Radio Republic, I might ask this question. What town or city or Yoruba city was referred to as the sunshine within the tropics? Anybody that gets, no gift for anybody, shall, but I just want to know if you get it. We had this conversation last week, by the way. We are reading together, Abi. So when the Englishman says, or even the returnees, when they use the phrase sunshine within the tropics, Ilu Wonon Daroko. It's not if about. It's not if well. That one was from the Moroccan. Ibn Battuta. Ondo is not Ondo. Badagry is not Badagry. Timothy Kakin that's your Zotokoja. Tibajon Kani, I will come on that Kani. Okay, let me give you a hint. It's a town that hosts the first church in the country. Larry King, you are correct. You are correct. Judge Mick, you are correct. Shuku says Ibadan, Lagos, Abeokuta. You are giving me 3 options. It's Abeokuta. Remember that Abeokuta was the base for the missionaries. They moved to Abeokuta, then from there they moved into other places. Everybody seemed to have to get to Abeokuta first because Shodeke opened up, was welcoming, let me put it that way, to the Saro that returned, even those, and the Amaros as well, and also to the missionaries. They were welcoming, and so Abeokuta became a base for all the mission agents. Even Bowanda eventually went to Ijayi. He was first in Abeokuta, and then he was going to go to Igbo. Eventually, was invited by the Are. I think it's Are Kurumi, to Ijayi. Also, this is also tell you that sometimes these people also invited them because of the benefits that they knew that they could get or gain from the missionaries' presence in their towns. So again, see, I want us to get to the point where we don't discuss Yoruba history as though it's just one. It's because they wanted to force them. That's why they all became Christian. In some cases, it was actually the kings that asked them to come. I read in the book by JDYP what happened in Owo or in Ekiti, for instance, Nado. And what happened after Aladesomi became king. Some of those things, they are more complex than people say. But we're trying to go all the way into some of those things. Let's just quickly get into it. So again, yeah. So what's this about? The Daomians. We're going to attack Abeokuta. And these Saro people took up arms, trained people, and fought on the side of the Abeokuta against folks from Daomi. Now, let me ask you a question. Speaking on the issue of assimilation that we talked about earlier, do you really think? No, let me not say it that way. If the Daomi were to come to Abeokuta today, let me ask you in the comment section. Let's say you are in Yoruba land, and you hear that it doesn't have to be Daomi, to be honest, we are friends. There's an external aggression, and the only thing we can do as Yoruba people is to rise and go defend Abeokuta. If you would say, what would you say? If you would say yes, please write yes in the comment. Let's say you're in Nigeria, wherever you are in the world, go sing comment that all the men in Yoruba land, 18 and above, that are doing in Germany right now, has to move. Everyone has to move to Abeokuta to defend Abeokuta. You are not from Abeokuta. Will you say yes or no? I'm saying yes. Our own says yes. Wally says yes. Lola says yes. Even Lola says yes. As per Amazon. You say yes. Why are you saying yes? Because you are Yoruba. There are people, you're laughing, it's true now, you're the Amazon. There are people who are shouting that they want to be part of Yoruba land today. If something like that were to happen, they'll be on the next bus back home. That's how you know that they are not Yoruba people. They just want something from Yoruba people. They will not defend. We're not even Abeokuta people here. Most of us are not even Abeokuta. I'm sure many Abeokuta are here, but most of you that wrote in the comment section are not Abeokuta. But you stand up for your brother because we are all Yoruba. That's what the Saros did back in the day, in 1852. Sorry, in the 1840s, I meant. All right, so that's what I think is a test of all this assimilation conversation. These people that want to be Yoruba so badly, will they support Yoruba interest? Too bad, too dre. Defend Yoruba land against external aggression. E.g., what happened in 1993? Back to this. So it says in the last mentioned place, talking about Abeokuta, they were themselves the soldiers whom an officer of the Navy was asked to drill. So the officer of the Navy was asked to drill them and train them and to arm in order to protect the sunrise within the tropics from the onslaughts of the king of Daomi. And above all, they supported the British attack. They supported the British action in Lagos. Both the bombardment of 1852, something I'm trying not to talk about today because it's a very long story. Both the bombardment of 1852, which expelled Kosoko and installed Akitoye, and the annexation of 1861 forced on Akitoye's son. Let's move straight to what I want to talk about today. This is part of it too, but I'm trying not to explain it because of time. So it says here, on the one hand, Kosoko felt none of the consciousness of the place of the African in the world, and he lacked the vision of a new nation, lacked the vision that the returnees had. Very quickly, many of them were in fact attached to their places of birth, Abeokuta or Ibadan or Ikiti or Ijebu or Onitsha or Braz or Lokoja. And as British influence penetrated into the interior and affected these places adversely, their local patriotism often came to clash with the overall nationalism. But in such cases, they only attacked the particular methods or policies of the particular British agents, not the British connection itself, with which Kosoko was opposed. For these same reasons, the converts in the various missions did not easily come to share this type of nationalism unless they were intimately connected with the immigrants. We're almost where I'm going. We're almost there. It was, however, missionary policy to encourage this cosmopolitan point of view, to take the converts out of the old society and gather them around the mission house, to make them refuse to take chieftaincy titles from the old town, and generally to weaken the attachment to the old community. The nationalists too, by and large, supported this policy, and on the whole, there was good accord between them and the missionaries until the 1860s, when strains began to be felt in their relationship and there were new developments in the nationalist movement. That's where I begin. This is today's session. Various factors were responsible for this new development. When did everything change? In the 1860s. In the first place, the missionary program was not working according to plan, and some of the educated Africans were becoming a little disillusioned. The whole plan was, of course, over-optimistic, and optimism alone did not work revolutions. The resources of the missionaries were severely limited. The schools they established were ill-equipped and ill-staffed. However, what irked most was the personal rivalry that often developed between European missionaries and Africans. There was often competition for office, and on such occasions, the missionaries on the spot cautioned the officials at home not to go too fast about promoting Africans to positions of responsibility on the grounds that there were limitations to their capabilities, weaknesses to their character, and defects to their Christianity. Perhaps the most spectacular of such debates was that between Henry Townsend of Abeokuta and Henry Venn, General Secretary of the CMS, over the appointment of Crowther to the rank of bishop. It was in the course of that debate that Townsend denied the basis of equality on which the mission was working. The Negro, he said on one occasion, feels a great respect for the white man, and God gives a great talent to the white man in trust to be used for the Negro's good. How condescending. And he asked, shall we shift the responsibility? Can we do it without sin? Henry Venn knew Crowther well enough to discountenance such arguments, but in many cases, the Europeans on the spot could claim to know the Africans better than the officials in England knew them. And the officials could not always be firm against such arguments. And in any case, real power was often in the hands of the Europeans on the spot, and they often used it to retard the advancement of their African colleagues and to discourage the development of higher education for them locally or overseas on the grounds that such education unfitted them for missionary work, as it cut them off from their own people. In other words, let me stop to begin to speak on this thing now. I think when we come on Monday, I'll try not to do too much recap. Time spent on recap is too much. But here's the point where we just go from the first fresh paragraph. Most of the plans that the British had were in alignment with what the returnees had as well, whether it was in missionary work or in trade and things like that, education of the people and all of those things, until they discovered that Europeans saw the advancement of the Africans, or of the Yoruba people in this case, as rivalry. In other words, they didn't think that they should be at par. By the way, if you read Papa's autobiography, that thing still continued well into the 1920s and 1930s. As a matter of fact, that was the reason for the founding of the Lagos Youth Movement that eventually became the Nigerian Youth Movement in 1936. It was because the Europeans thought they were superior, and they did everything to make sure that even if locals or Africans would get involved in the civil service, they would come in at a lower, like in the lower rungs of the ladder, right? So they would ensure that, let me give you an example. When they founded the school, Yaba Tech, it was Yaba Aya College of Education, something like that. Yaba Aya College. Yeah, Yaba Aya College. When they started it, it was to give people certificates, but the certificates are supposed to be inferior to what you would get if you had gone to school in England. And that was the reason for Lagos Youth Movement, which 2 years later became Nigerian Youth Movement. The point really is that they thought that they wanted to Africanize the civil service. That's one of the main goals of Nigerian Youth Movement. They wanted the Africanization of the civil service. And if you gave inferior certificates to people that went to Yaba, that meant that folks who went to England, who of course, or who came from England, who of course are white, would be at the top, right? The top echelons of civil service in Nigeria, and they were pushing hard against that. So that sentiment started from the late 19th century, right? And it started in the same thing, the Christianity go, especially with someone like with Ajayi Crowther being promoted. As a matter of fact, Townsend, which is quite interesting because both of them went to Abeokuta around the same time. Townsend was in Ake, and then Ajayi Crowther was in Igbeyi. Townsend was not started saying things like, oh, they were those, as Oyinbo people, they have a duty from God to lead these people, and they cannot do without sin. In other words, if we share from that responsibility, we'll be sinning against God, that kind of thing. Almost saying that the Oyinbo are supposed to be perpetually above us as Yoruba people. I'm trying to get to why Yoruba people began to essentially revolt, even though they were still Christians, but they started revolting, and the basis of the revolution was culture. Even though they belong to the same religion, they began to question the white man, which is what we're supposed to be discussing today, how Yoruba rejected European culture. The basis was that they were working together, they had the same vision until they discovered that the elevation of Africans became threatening to certain Europeans who were in Nigeria at the time. And this time I'm saying the elevation of Yoruba people, especially whether in the church or in the civil service, became threats. Like if you say, okay, let them go to school abroad, they look for an excuse to make sure that Yoruba people did not go to school or to advance education. So that's when people began to say, there's something up here, and that started in the 1860s. All right, let's see if we can read a few more things before we go. In the circumstances, some Africans became frustrated and they began to revise their opinion of the intentions and the benevolence of the Europeans. This development was by no means limited to the mission field. Even more than missionaries, European traders and government officials began to demonstrate that they were not in Nigeria just for philanthropy. I'll take that again. Let me go back just a bit. It says here that in the circumstances, some Africans became frustrated and they began to revise their opinion of the intentions and the benevolence of the Europeans. This development was by no means limited to the mission field. Even more than missionaries, European traders and government officials began to demonstrate that they were not in Nigeria just for philanthropy. They had certain interests, both personal and national, and where those interests conflicted with the interests of the educated Africans whose welfare they talked so much about, they chose their own interests. This was the point that Yoruba people began to go against Europeans. This became more than obvious when Lagos was annexed in 1861 and a British administration installed there. At first, most educated Africans welcomed it for the increased opportunities they hoped it would bring. And some of them did not rise to important positions. I'll say that again. And some of them did not rise to important positions in the administration. But soon, the governors began to use their position not to enhance the prestige of the African, but to diminish it. And in order to survive as a viable economic unit, the Lagos administration had to capture more trade, and in doing that, it began to show unsuspected greed for African territories. It is true, I think they were also naive, to be honest. I think they were also naive, thinking that Joyimbo was here, like the writer said, like this fairy, just here to help you and make you develop and bring you up to power so that you can compete with anybody from any part of the world. I think maybe it's innocence, but I think it's naivety. They had their own interests as well, apparently. So he says this became more than obvious when Lagos was annexed in 1861 and a British administration was installed there. At first, most educated Africans welcomed it for the increased opportunities they hoped it would bring, and some of them did rise to important positions in the administration. So some of them rose to important positions in the administration. But soon, the governors began to use their position not to enhance the prestige of the African, to survive as a viable economic unit. The Lagos administration had to capture more trade, and in doing that, it began to show unsuspected greed for African territories. It is true that a select committee of the House of Commons in 1865 tried to be a little reassuring on this matter by condemning such aggression and by suggesting that Africans should be trained and encouraged to manage their own affairs. But since it did not solve the financial problems of the Lagos administration and took no positive steps to encourage African self-government, it was but poor comfort it gave. One main result of this new development was that a split became discernible in the ranks of the educated Africans. A small extremist group, finding the tutelage of European missionaries irksome and frustrating, began to question the whole basis of the partnership between educated Africans and the missionaries. This was not so much a Nigerian as a West African movement. I'm going to skip some names like Edward Blyden and the effect of his work in West Africa. I want to move very fast because of time. Okay. So there was a man, his name is Edward Blyden, who used to write pamphlets, right? He was born in Dutch West Indies, came to Liberia only because state laws in the USA prevented his admission into a suitable university. And while he was in the Liberian College, he distinguished himself in both classic and modern European languages. He taught in the college and became Secretary of State and later Liberian ambassador in London. And then he lost his office and moved to Freetown, took up a government job. I'm trying to move very fast. Took on a government job and began to, he made contact with revolutionary movement in Islam, creating new states and new empires in Western Sudan. And he felt that what the Muslims were doing would make sense for the Africans. He therefore began to denounce the mental slavery, which he said the missionaries were substituting for the old physical slavery in Africa, and to urge a mental emancipation. Right? While this extremist group throughout West Africa looked to Blyden for leadership, its most representative figure in Nigeria was G.W. Johnson at Abeokuta. He led a revolt against what he called the petticoat policy of the missionaries in keeping Christian converts and educated Africans away from the society and the politics of the old community. In other words, I know I'm rushing. It's late. What he's saying basically is that there was a man called Blyden. Which book is this? It's a journal. It's a journal of history. But what I'm really reading is The 19th Century Origins of Nigerian Nationalism by Professor J.F. Adiajayi. Where was I before you asked that question? Yeah, Blyden. Blyden began to question the whole, missionary enterprise in West Africa, especially because of what they were saying, and also because of his own contact with Muslims who were also trying to redefine the Western Sudan. So they began to question everything. And in Nigeria, or in Yoruba land, one man who also believed in that particular kind of movement was a man called G.W. Johnson in Abeokuta. And he led a revolt against what he called the petticoat policy of the missionaries in keeping Christian converts and educated Africans away from the society and the politics of the old community. What he's saying basically is this: you became a Christian, you were told not to really bother about what's happening in the old community, just so essentially you are being denied of your identity, because once it's as if you are creating a new identity based on religion. and based on European understanding rather than your roots, right? He tried to rally all the emigrants together to form a united front and help to reform the Egba government and establish what he called a civilized form of government, in quote. Of a London weekly, the African Times, to quote, tell England that the efforts to civilize and Christianize Africa by sending missionary after missionary can have but very partial success until they become convinced that something more is wanted besides sending missionaries and putting men of war on the sea. And that is to encourage the forming of self-government among educated Africans. Crowther, who had just been made a bishop and had the challenge of a vast mission field on the Niger before him, was most conscious of the support he needed from Europe, and therefore he tried to rally the nationalist forces to the side of the missionaries. He was willing to criticize each individual act of each individual missionary, trader, or government official who frustrated the ambitions of Africans, but assured the support of friends like Henry Venn in England. He could not accept that there was any danger as such in European tutelage, or that the time had come to shake it off. Africa for the Africans, the rest of the world for the rest of mankind, indeed. He scornfully remarked in a charge he delivered to his clergy in 1869, and he went on, quote, if we have any regard for the elevation of Africa, this is Bishop Crowther in 1869, if we have, I'll explain by the way, if we have any regard for the elevation of Africa or any real interest for the evangelization of our children, our own wisdom will be to cry to those Christian nations which have been so long laboring for our conversion to redouble their Christian efforts. What's he saying here? One group is saying that the British or the Europeans have to do more than just send missionaries and try to educate us only to get us to fight their wars, that they have to allow Africans to govern themselves. And so they expected that someone like Ajayi Crowther would support them, but he did not, because he was now a bishop who had a lot of churches to oversee and needed help from the same Europeans. And so what he was saying basically is that if we really want to evangelize our people, we need to get the support of these people. However, if they see anything wrong, let's say an individual European did something wrong, he will criticize it, but will not just criticize the whole enterprise of British intervention in Nigeria. Until what happened to him in the 1870s. So let's just read that part. But by the late 1870s, not even the strong faith of Crowther in the benevolent revolution among educated Africans. The interest of European powers in Africa was rising. The pulse of competition was quickening. In place of the lonely missionary explorer, largely dependent on African goodwill in the interior of Africa, and therefore in a position to show respect and deference to Africans where this was due, there began to descend upon Africa a horde of European adventurers and explorers, backed up powerfully by European governments, often with an army of porters and mercenaries bearing deadly Maxim guns. They had no need to show deference to Africans. It was unnecessary, impolitic, and inexpedient. In the circumstances, the old theory of equality was being challenged, not just by individual missionary or official ambitious for office, but by the general body of Europeans in Africa. Undoubtedly, the last quarter of the 19th century, which saw the partition of Africa, also saw a definite growth in Europe of the feeling that Europeans were a superior and the Africans an inferior race of people. When in 1854, Arthur de Gobineau, a Hanoverian, published a, quote, Inequality of Human Races, that's a book, denying, among other things, that Christianity made any difference to the capacity of the Negro to absorb European civilization, few people took him seriously. When in the 1860s, the Anthropological Society, led by James Hunt and Richard Burton, in the name of physical anthropology and the differentiation of the races, began to give publicity to these ideas and to arrange the different races in a hierarchical order, leading from the ape to the Aryan, they were regarded as radical and odd. But with the new developments in Africa, these ideas began to acquire new relevance and to gain greater currency. The more lurid writings of the missionaries about Africans also began to lend weight to these views. Many missionaries who themselves have none of the scientific, I'll tell that again, many missionaries who themselves have none of the scientific evolution or anthropology, but they gave consideration to the theory that Africans were the sons of Ham, cursed by Noah to serve forever the children of Shem and Japheth, particularly Japheth. Let me just quickly stop to explain something. This theory was used by many Europeans, particularly those who were trying to use the Bible to justify some nonsense. The theory of the curse of Ham, the idea that Africans are cursed because Ham was cursed. Now, if you read the Bible, Genesis chapter 9, to chapter 10, Ham was never cursed. And I'm using the Bible because they are using the Bible, okay? By the way, there's no curse, by the way, but let's just even talk about the curse. So, apparently, Noah got drunk, and while he was sleeping in the house, his son Ham saw him naked, and instead of covering him, talked about it to his brothers, Shem and Japheth, and they went to cover him up. And then Noah, later on, of course, got over his hangover, and then he knew what happened, and then he made a pronouncement. There was a curse, but it was not to Ham. Ham had 4 children, okay? Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. Cush is Ethiopia, and again, not Ethiopia as in the country. This country is a smaller version. This is Abyssinia. Ethiopia was much larger. Mizraim is Egypt, of course. All of those things, this part of the world, Africa. Put is Libya, and then Canaan. Of the 4 children of Ham, the only one that was cursed was Canaan, not Ham. Therefore, the usage of Bible to justify a curse on the black race because they're descendants of Ham is not even biblically accurate. If you're going to use the curse, which makes no sense, by the way, because the only way you could use the curse, sincerely, and we're discussing the Bible right now, the only way you could use the curse and make sense is if you are trying to justify the annihilation of the Canaanites by the Israelites. You cannot use that same thing on Ethiopia, Egypt, and Put. It makes no sense. But they used it back then in the 1800s. And some people are saying that, oh, the children of Ham have to serve the children of Shem. Shem, of course, would be the folks in the Middle East. And Japheth, that would be the Europeans. But they are wrong. They were wrong, and they are wrong, and they will still be wrong. But that's what they came up with at the time. Consequently, the type of aspersions cast by Townsend on his African colleagues, which had been treated in CMS House in the 1850s and 1860s as heresies, had by the 1880s become an everyday orthodoxy. This new attitude of the Europeans came as a surprise, sometimes as a shock even to the educated Africans. And as a result, the 1880s was full of tension between European missionaries and their African colleagues and congregations. In 1882, there was a minor schism in the Presbyterian Church in Calabar. In 1884, a schism was barely averted in the Lagos Methodist Church. In 1888, a major split occurred in the Baptist Church in Lagos, and the unrest of the decade came to a climax in 1890, when Crowther was forced to resign from the Niger as a result of the humiliating treatment he received from young European missionaries seeking to impose European supervision on the African staff. That was the occasion of Blyden's visit to Lagos. He delivered a public address entitled, quote, "The Return of the Exiles and the West African Church," unquote, which was the immediate inspiration for the founding of the United Native African Church. That is to say that as a result of the new developments in the attitude of Europeans towards Africans, the ideas and sentiments of Blyden and G.W. Johnson, restricted in the 1860s to an extremist group on the fringes of the church, began in the 1880s to gain greater acceptability or acceptance among the educated Africans, even among the loyal members of the various churches. These ideas gained acceptance to the extent that they developed generally among the educated Africans a more critical attitude to the unthinking adoption of European ways and ideas. Guys, this series what they did, what the Yoruba people did we can get there in one class. But we're not going to appreciate it if we don't know why they did it. So, if the reading is long, it's because we're trying to establish that. We're going to end this session for today very soon, but we're trying to get to the point. What made them turn around, the Yoruba people? What made them start questioning Christianity? No, not Christianity, Europeans, and the way they dealt with others. At this time, Ajayi Crowther was already the bishop, the first African bishop, had so many churches under him. And suddenly they discovered that they were trying to get Oyinbo to supervise him and other blacks. And this was happening in different parts of Yoruba land, in different parts of Africa, to be honest. But we're focusing on Nigeria now. Excuse me. Happened in different missions. And that was the inspiration for Yoruba people going against the established order. Okay? What they did, we'll talk about that next week. We might still come back to some of these things now, because without reading these things, it will not have that congruence. Okay? And I hope you're enjoying it. But we are reading. Where was I? So Blyden came to Nigeria, came to Lagos and delivered the public address, and that inspired the founding of United Native African Church. Great. And so everything we mentioned earlier, would there be room for question? And now that you mentioned it, so that we can have questions. I will try and make sure that I can talk per question. So why did they start doing this? Because what we mentioned earlier, we were talking about the curse, talking about the fact that they were higher than Africans, they have a duty from God to save us, all those patronizing rubbish. Oh, they have a duty from God. So one group was said to be cursed, and they were the ones that were going to bless us. All that rubbish. Then the Africans, particularly we're talking about here, Yorubas began to now wonder, say, waiting they happen here. Like at this point, it looks like there's something else. And ideas that would be considered heretical, right? Like the one that Townsend said, were now becoming mainstream. European churches began to share these things, that they were superior as a race. So these ideas gained acceptance to the extent that they developed generally among the educated Africans a more critical attitude to the unthinking adoption of European ways and ideas. By the way, if you notice, if you see everything we're reading, you don't see the fact that they were against Christianity. They knew what's up. And one of the reasons we have this session is because a lot of people, when they push back against the religion. But in reality, it's not the religion that is the issue, because religion does not tell them what nonsense they are doing. It is more like a political and cultural domination going on in their minds, using religion as a tool. And for those who understood the religion, they're like, no, this is not religion. This is European way of life. And we are against this thing that you're bringing in at the moment. A lot of people cannot differentiate. Like, oh, we just hate all of them. But that's not how our fathers did it. And to be honest, I think they were smarter than many of us, which is a blessing, by the way, but we have to learn from them so that we can do better in our generation. We're going to finish a couple of paragraphs, then we'll take the question that the chief wanted to ask. These ideas gained acceptance to the extent that they are developed generally among the educated Africans a more critical attitude to the unthinking adoption of European way and ideas, as well as a greater interest in the history of the African peoples and greater sympathy for the indigenous way of life. There was in fact a minor cultural renaissance in Lagos in the last decade of the 19th century. It began with the ceremonious discarding of European clothes and European names. We mentioned it in another book the other day, but it's good to see here. So for someone like George William Johnson became Oshokale Tejumade Johnson. Schism became Mojola Agbebi. This man, we're going to mention his name another time. We're going to go deep into the things that he did. We should forever be grateful for this man. So George William Johnson became Oshokale Tejumade Johnson. David B. Vincent, one of the leaders of the Baptist schism, became Mojolagbebi. The Reverend, later Bishop James Johnson, did not discard his own name, but he began to refuse to baptize children with foreign names. On the social side, the educated Africans began to take interest in indigenous dancing. They began to catalog the various types of African dances and to advocate some measure of them in their balls. Because they used to have soirees and balls and dance. So they wanted to now start having bata instead of just doing ball dancing, ballroom dancing. You know what I'm saying? Or waltz or things like that. On the religious side, they began to demand local airs in the church worship. Local airs, orin ibile, orin Yoruba. On the religious side, they began to demand local airs in their church worship and some reform of the liturgy to take account of the deep knowledge of God to be found in the indigenous religions. Let me even stop to say something. You know, a pastor was saying something that when the Oyinbo came, they saw us saying Shango was killing Kokinkon. Oyinbo's now adopted it and now added it to it. Christians, please, let's study our own history. Don't come and be inserting what you think happened. It was not Oyinbo that did it. It was this man, the Yoruba man, who saying that they had better or greater appreciation for our own cultural expressions, and they wanted those things introduced into liturgy, in other words, into worship. So he says, on the secular side, they went to have dancing and, cultural stuff. On the religious side, they began to demand local airs in the church worship and some reform of the liturgy to take account of the deep knowledge of God. So what Yoruba people had of God before Europeans, they now added it into worship. E.g., Oriki. E.g., whatever you thought Olodumare was. Apparently, we don't have to now stick to what's in the book. We can express ourselves as well without having to go by what Europeans are telling us to read in the books they give us. And this is apart from the Bible, by the way. Research was conducted into the liturgies of these religions, especially into the divination poems of Ifa. When we get to, Jesus Christ, give me a second. I need to note something. There's this paper by Mojolagbebi that I think we should read at some point. When they had the first anniversary of the African Church in 1902. What they said, I think by the grace of God, Christians in Nigeria, Yoruba Christians, we hear these things again, because by the research was conducted into the liturgies of these religions, especially into the divination poems of Ifa. It was urged that there existed at least 3 principles of the indigenous religions on which the teachings of Christianity could be based: the existence of a spirit God, the belief in sacrifice, and the belief in life after death. On the aesthetic side, African art, I'll explain all these things on Monday. On the aesthetic side, African art forms, which in the Sierra Leone exhibition of 1865 had been classified as rough and repulsive, began to be better appreciated, and Mojolagbebi drew attention to the beauty of the figures in the groves of Ile-Ife. Above all, the educated Africans began to take an interest in the politics and the history of the indigenous peoples. They read the accounts of the various explorers intimately and constructed their own theories of African history. More particularly, this decade saw the publication of C.J. George's historical notes on the Yoruba tribes, Otunba Payne's historical notices of the Yoruba people, and the completion of Samuel Johnson's impressive history of the Yorubas. In 1901, the Lagos Institute was founded to coordinate and to promote this spirit of research. All the people I'm mentioning here, they were Christians. They were Christians who did not drop, who went back to appreciating their cultural heritage, right? And we're trying to assert that they were at the same level, the European, without having to drop Christianity, by the way. We're going to continue from here on Monday. I just wanted to read those names. If you notice, the name was coming again and again, Mojolagbebi. What that man did Much of it, I'm not even sure we can get into in our conversation. But if you need it, when we get there, we're going to talk about some of his books, and if you are interested, you can read them on your own. And if we can read some of them here, we shall read them. All right, let's have the questions before we run. It's 8:59 p.m. and it's a Friday. So, Babati, your question, I hope we got it. The point I'm trying to make here is there's a renaissance going on in Yoruba land today. And a lot of people that are jumping on the bandwagon are more emotional than rational. To be honest, generally speaking, humans are more emotional than rational. But I think that if folks are not careful, they will actually alienate other Yoruba in the name of finding a way to break out of whatever it is they're breaking out of. For the most part, what makes you Yoruba has nothing to do with your religion. And the people I mentioned, the other day I was having a conversation with someone and said that, how come you're a Christian and all of this and you're talking about Ifa and everything? I'm like, there's a sacred beat to it. That's not what I'm interested in. There's a philosophical side of it. And those things are ours as Yoruba people, and we shouldn't lose those things in the name of Christianity, because Christianity actually appreciates, I mean, this is what happens in every culture. Please, power tap on TikTok or this thing. Let me quickly say something and then we'll take questions. John chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was God, and the Logos was God. And the same was in the beginning with God, and without it nothing was made that was made. And the word became flesh and dwelt among men. The concept of Logos was not Hebrew. John was Hebrew. The concept of Logos was Greek. John was talking to a Roman audience who appreciate Greek philosophy. John was using Greek thought to explain the divinity of Christ. I sit down sometimes and I wonder, if John could do that in the 1st century AD, how on earth do people not understand the fact that the way life works is that people go from known to the unknown? So John knew that the people, and by the way, his text was more to the Gentiles than to the Jews. Even the way he constructed, the way he wrote the Johannine Gospel. John knew that these folks have an appreciation for philosophy and logic and logos and stuff. And logos to them was beyond words. It was like an idea. It was something that essentially existed. They had an appreciation for logos, right? For knowledge. And so he went from what they knew to explain to them what they did not know. And he was saying them that what you know is actually an idea, but it's not just an idea, it's actually a person. So I want to tell you that this person is the idea that you had. And it was easy to communicate that depth to them based on what they already knew. And that's what these people discovered in the late 19th century, Yoruba people. And that was what also aided them in evangelizing Yoruba land. Regardless of what you do, whether you're a Christian or whatever, the point is there a way you can communicate to a person a very abstract idea based on what he already knows? John did it in the 1st century. Yoruba ministers did it in the late 19th century and early 20th century. And when you understand what they did, you appreciate Christianity in Yoruba more. And there's a reason Christianity is the way it is in Yoruba land today. Today, the largest churches on the earth in Yoruba land. You may have a problem with it, that's your business. Largest churches, largest gatherings. One happened last week. The largest gathering of Christian worship in the world, on the planet, happens every year, every December at TBS. Largest gathering. Some of the biggest organizations, church organizations, are in Yoruba land, led by Yoruba people. Redeem has a network of branches on all continents. Maybe minus Antarctica. I don't know if they have one in Antarctica now, but on all continents. You have the same with Winners. You have MFM. Now, you don't have to be a Christian to appreciate and to begin to question and ask questions like what makes these people so thick. Right now, there is Shiloh going on, people are moving in from different parts of the world to converge on a particular spot in Yoruba land. Why? The roots of that thing goes into the 18th, it goes first into our understanding of, into a concept of a philosophy, by the way, which we'll come to later. That will be back to Oromila. But as Christians, it goes back to the late 19th century and the pushback and the redefinition of Christianity. That people like Mojalak Baby, Crowther himself, and a whole lot of them, Samuel Johnson, James White, all those people, what they did is why we have what we have today. And if we don't appreciate them, we will not be able to really understand the advantages that we have as Christians and also as Yoruba people. And also to tell us that those people did it as Yoruba people. And the way they understand Christianity, I wish we could get there. And I'm saying this because many of us I consider that a lot of us here are elites. It's funny that people think elite is somebody in politics. Quite a shame, because back then, many of us in this place, you have a degree, you've gone to school, you're working, civil service, business, whatever. You would be an elite even in the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s. But for some reason, all of us just open social media right now and we say, what are the elites doing? Because we think the word elite is synonymous with political class. The understanding of things from the perspective of the elite has to be different from the masses. And when people speak, regardless of degrees on social media, sincerely, is not different from an uneducated person in Nigeria, and it's a shame. And I hope these conversations will help us to think critically about things and to have deeper conversations on things happening in society. Thank you very much for listening. I'll take one question that will close the session, and that will be from Baba T, because he's the one who mentioned a question earlier. But I'll just read some comments before we go. New Era says, our forefathers saw the shadow of Christ in Olodumare, but it was the gospel that showed them his clear image. Thank you very much for that comment. Let's have about tea, and then we'll close for today. But we're closing because it's time to law. Babatoya, are you there?
Thank you. Yes,
please hold on. I can't hear you. I think it's the app.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Is it something?
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Okay, don't worry. Just hold on. Just hold on. Okay. Can you hear me now, sir? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hear me now? Am I audible now? Okay. Thank you for the session today. It's always a good experience coming on your live. So I know I tried to engage you like 2 weeks ago when I posted something about if you understand spirituality in the Yoruba context, then you'll be able to appreciate Christianity. And you were asking me to explain better. Then, my understanding is that the way the Yoruba understand spirituality, knowing that you have, like what the Bible said, when you said, he is the way, he is the truth and the light. Abi? That means there are various other ways to reaching God. I'm coming. The Yoruba did not see it as they have a different, or let me leave that topic. I will take you on that when you have more time on that. The way God has always interacted with different people at different times based on their level of understanding. He has always interacted with them. So based on the way where you are, your location, your level of civilization, God will, the Supreme Being will always interact with you based on that. So it doesn't have to be in a particular form. That is one. Two, when we now start looking at the African church and how they started, let's look at the case of someone like Uri Molade. I think from what I understand, the father is an Ifa priest. You understand? So the possibility of coming out from the African spirituality into Christianity because of I'm coming.
Sorry, please. Sorry. Let's not assume how they got into it. Let's rather say what happened, because it's a lot easier if we say, okay, from what we saw, no, this is what it is, this is how he got into it, this is how he got into it. But once we begin to say because his father was like this, it must have been like this, especially when they're actually proof of what really happened. I think it's better for us to say, okay, this is what happened, rather than say he must have done this.
Let's stay with
I'm not saying it couldn't have happened, but it couldn't have happened because what really happened is documented. I think what I'm saying.
Okay.
But you see,
let me go to the question now. You mentioned that 600 years ago that Christianity got to Ife. Your session last week or so, you mentioned that Christianity got to Ife like more than 500 years ago. Am I correct? Okay. My question is the ministry or the administration then, or the evangelism then, was it on the name Jehoshua or Jesus Christ? No, as in you mentioned that 500 years ago there was I just want to know the timeline. The name that was preached with, was it Jehoshua or Jesus?
All right, thank you. Sorry, I can't hear you directly, so I'm having to use another device. But I will answer your question now. That doesn't mean anything. And I'll explain. I mean, what is Jesus? What is Joshua? Let me explain something. I hope it's not too long. Let's get into this very quickly. Yehoshua, Joshua, Yeshua, Jesus mean the same thing. God saves. Yehoshua is the original Hebrew. Yehoshua. A shorter version is Yeshua. The anglicized version is Joshua. The Greek version is Jesus. It doesn't matter what name it was called. We're talking about the same person. And no, history doesn't go into Oruko Onokwe and everything. It's been Jesus as long as you've had Greeks. The idea of Jesus did not start recently. You will, if you are in a Hebrew community, you hear the word Yehoshua or Yeshua, or you will even hear Joshua. The word Joshua is what came up with the anglicization of Hebrew names or Hebrew words. So Yeshua or Yehoshua will be called Joshua by the English person. There's no need to mention the name in the particular time. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't mean anything. They will use the name, whether they call him Jesu. Jesu is interesting. Jesu is the Yoruba way of pronouncing the English way of pronouncing the Greek name of Yehoshua, or the Hebrew name. Right? It's the same thing with Peter.
Yes, sir.
Peter is the anglicized word for the Greek Petros. It doesn't, Petra. No, Petros, Petra. It doesn't mean anything. No, not Pedro. Pedro is the Portuguese way of pronouncing Peter. And Portuguese, English, all these things are not even, they didn't even start coining these names, they started about maybe less than 1,000 years ago. So, and the name was existing long before Christianity got to the British Isles. So Pedro is how they will pronounce it here. Cephas is, thank you, Cephas is the Hebrew word. If you really want to these things don't really matter in faith. For instance, if you say Oluwagbamila or Olongbamila, that's Jesus. That's what it means. If I'm saying Olongbamila, that's the meaning of Jesus. If I say Jesu, there's no Jesu in Yoruba language. No, Peter is not Greek. Peter is the anglicized word is the anglicized version of. You know what? I know what I'm saying, but one second. Peter is not Greek. It sounds like Greek, but it's not. There is a. I see people use this argument. They don't. When you see, yes, it's Petros now. It's not Peter. Peter is anglicized version of Petros. I was correct. The word Peter does not exist in the Greek lexicon. That was the English person trying to pronounce Petros. And other people, some people could call it any other thing. And it's just like Jesus, for instance, among the Spanish is Jesus. This thing is just, it's between transliteration. So the way words travel, you could have translations, you could have transliterations. If you want to translate Emmanuel, you call it Oluwapelumi. You translate it into Yoruba. If you are doing transliteration, it will be Emmanueli. It still has the same meaning. So it doesn't matter whether it was Yeshua, and nobody would have called anybody Yeshua in Europe. Nobody. And I'm saying this with all my chest. Nobody. Once you travel with Acts chapter 10, Cornelius got the message of the gospel from Peter. From that point, right, and especially after the gospel traveled out of modern-day Israel into other parts of the Roman Empire, they were not using Hebrew names of anything. Nobody will be talking to a Greek audience and be mentioning Joshua. Nobody. No, I'm saying my footsteps. Nobody. So no, all this argument about was it Joshua? I don't know where this thing is coming from. Please. I don't know.
Yeah, it can definitely get pretty confusing sometimes, especially when there's a lot of different perspectives and.
Sorry. It doesn't. It's matter. Again, I was saying something. There's something I was going to say. Yes. If you went to a synagogue, let's say 10th century AD, and you say, what am I saying? Even 500 AD, even 1000 AD, and you mention Joshua, they will not know what you're saying. Because, excuse me, the language that gave us Joshua is not Hebrew, it's English. The original speakers of the language will call him Yeshua, or the full one, Yehoshua. And the same name was given. So Jesus was never the first person to bear that name in Hebrew. Yehoshua, Yeshua, the man who took over from Moses in Deuteronomy and has a book written after him, written about him, Joshua, that name is the same exact name as Jesus in Hebrew. I hope I answered the question. And the missionaries that came to Ife back in the day were Catholics, and they were Portuguese. And they most likely will never mention Jesus using that word. They, just like you said, Pedro, they would, it's like the Spanish coming to preach. Okay, imagine the Spanish in the Americas. They will not be saying Jesus, they'll be saying Jesus. But it's the same person. Sorry, someone says in Polish, Peter is Piotr. Well, in Yoruba, Peter is Peteru. And if you go back in time, Peteru will never know that his name is Peteru. Give me a second. You know, the way this thing works is when people go into different people's, they will use their language in the way they pronounce it. So Latin will be, I'm trying to respond to someone in the comment section. Latin will be Jesus, not Jesus. It will be Jesus. It will be spelled I-E-S-U-S. The Portuguese will call him Jesus. Jesus. And the French will call him Jesus. All these things are just transliteration and pronunciation. It doesn't change who the person is. So it's still in the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord. At the mention of that name, every knee will bow. He has given him a name that is above every other name. At the mention of that name, every knee, the earth, under the heavens. Our own. So that would be I-E-S-U-S in Latin. Thank you very much for. How did we get to that? Any other questions before we go? Robert T, any pastor, sir? Let me ask you a question, Robert T. Why? And just a simple question. Why does it matter what name he was called when the Portuguese arrived 500 years ago? I just want to quickly have your thoughts, so they will wrap up on that. Like, is it okay? Why does it matter?
Okay. Am I clear now? Okay. See, I think before now, the information in the public domain was to an extent was managed. But with what you have on the social, on the media space now, information gone, and you should be able to select or to pick what you want to run with. If you want to follow what you have in public domain, you find yourself being in church, and they'll say in Jesus' name, your mind will be like, am I in the right? I'm just telling you what. Am I in the right place? That was why I asked the question. For me, I think at the point at the point in my life, I was even asking, maybe I should be saying the Jehoshua. And I noticed that for most of the gospel musicians or singers, as we want to call them, if you notice, most of them, when they get to a particular point in their career, they move away from the word Jesus. They move to Yahweh. They move to those Greek or Hebrew words, which is more like they want to go back to the source without and remove the branding that the Europeans brought in. I don't know if what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for providing that clarity. One of the things that I'm very careful of is, say we're talking now and somebody says, this is what the Greek says. I'm very wary of people like that, because I think they're trying to, it's like posturing, right? They're trying to give off this vibe that's more money Greek. Greek. And thank you for writing that in the comment section. Ade Royal. When people get born again, they say they want to take their name to Paul. They call Paul. But in reality, Paul and Saul mean the same thing. It's just that in Greek it was Paul, when Hebrew it was Saul. Everything that Orimolade did, Babalola did, there's a man, Baba Ryokede. I remember his son's first name. His surname, I need to remember right now. This thing is going to go off. Please, I have to switch the audio source because it's about to go off. Baba Konde, thank you.
All right. Everything that Baba Orimolade, Apostle Babalola, Baba Kande, and Baba Wosem, Baba Badari, everything they did it in the name of Lórúkọ Jésù. Lórúkọ Jésù kí o gbé kún kí o wólẹ̀ kí o gbà wọn kí o sì jẹ́wọ́ pé òdodo. Lórúkọ Jésù kójú afọ́jú là. Lórúkọ Jésù kí arọ dìde kó dìde. Lórúkọ Jésù káàbọ̀ bí wẹ́rẹ́. Lórúkọ Jésù, they didn't pronounce the English, let alone the Hebrew or anything. See, all these Hebrew deep things that people are doing, to me, I think, again, to be honest, is what will make Christians be using shawl on. I'm going theological. When you see a Christian carry shawl and put it on his back, for me, I think it's let me not talk. Hello. Can you hear me now? Jesus, mo ti ro ẹjọ́ lọ, mo ti sọ̀rọ̀ gan. Can you hear me now? Okay. I was saying, Baba Kande lede.
Listen, oh God, the app.
Guys, this is not me. It's TikTok. TikTok is just messing up. But I know you can hear me now. Cheers. If I start again and it stops, oh boy. And this other one, the battery could go off. You can hear me now, right? Shang me. Thank you. Okay. I hope it doesn't go off. I really pray it doesn't. But let me answer that question about the name. And I'll repeat everything I said earlier. I said Baba Kande, Baba Lowere, Baba Badari, Apostle Babalola, Baba Moses Orimolade, gbogbo wọn, they say lórúkọ Jésù, àdúrà dẹ̀ ń gbà. Aláboyún bí wẹ́rẹ́, àgọ́ ń tọwọ́ àlàbòsùn. Àrọ́ ń dìde, àyè tí ń gbọ́rọ̀, afọ́jú ń ríran. Lórúkọ Jésù, wọn ò pe Yeshua, because they don't need to. They did not need to. We don't need. See, some of the things that we do, to be honest, I think is really from ignorance, but we think it's from revelation. E.g., when you said earlier, and you're right, people start saying is Yeshua, and there's nothing wrong with saying Yeshua, by the way, as long as you know that it is not deeper than Jesus. If I say Yeshua, it doesn't mean there's something deeper in calling Jesus Yeshua than saying Jesus or than saying Jesus. It's the same thing. It's just that one is Hebrew, the other one is Greek, or even is even English. Is the English transliteration of a Greek name that we call Jesus. And when I say Jesu, is the Yorubanized version of an English word that's a transliteration of a Greek word that's a translation of a Hebrew word. It's the same thing. This whole thing where people think that when they use Hebrew words or Greek words that is deeper, it's actually shallow. And the funny thing is this, Baba Orimolade, they use, one of Jesus paro kini kon is deeper if it's Hebrew. So Kilambaka is the same thing you see when people put on prayer shawls. One of the prayer shawls, Bora. Me, I wonder for what? Or they have shofar, they are blowing shofar. Why? That's not Christian. That's Hebrew. That's Jewish. That's Judaism. It's not like he's wrong in the sense that you must not use it as Orisha or is no, not Orisha vessel. There's a word. Do we even have it in Yoruba? We don't even have it in Yoruba. The concept of paganism or syncretism. Amulumala. It's not about. It's not like it's wrong to bring in Jewish culture. It's just to make it very clear that this thing is not deeper in any way because I'm putting on a shawl. I see it around. Put on a shawl. That has nothing to do with Christianity. It's not. It's okay if you want to wear it too, but making something out of it is like saying let's use the deep word Yeshua. Like, so what? Even Jesus is wondering what exactly are you saying, because it doesn't change anything. It's the same thing. It's like somebody calling you. I mean, just essentially interpreting or maybe transliterating your name. Stone. It is well. And I end by saying that you could call stone okuta, you could also call it stone. You could call bush, bushy, or bushu, or bushy. And you could also call it igbo. One is interpretation, one is transliteration. Stone is not a Yoruba word, but it's a Yoruba way of pronouncing stone. So, Orúkọ Jésù ṣiṣẹ́, bóyá wá pè ní Hebrew, àbá pè ní Greek is the same name. But I think we should be very careful of, those things. Let's not get carried away by, when you say it in Hebrew or Greek, it's very deep. It's not deep. It's not deep. It's the same meaning. Well, thank you very much for being here. Whew. All right. So we had, I think that's all the questions we have. If you'd like to support what we're doing here, you should have put this up earlier. We're many now, but that's good. By the way, what I just said right now is Yoruba, because somebody will come in and say, how are you many? The number, most people have left, but I think we're good. Nations are waiting. People are hungry. Oh. All right. Yes. Thank you, Babati. Thank you. And thank you for, the question. And maybe we should be doing Christian history at this point, because I see a lot of things, and I think it actually affects the faith of people. Because, let me give you an example. Years ago, growing up, somebody would speak simple English, or they don't say they want to explain the Greek of what he's saying. You see, when I was a lot younger, can you man chip me? As I grew older, like, unnecessary. Greek mélòó la ni Moise Orimolade mọ̀, Greek mélòó ni Ajayi Kadafi wàásù. And that's why you notice that once you say things like, and there's nothing, again, it's not like there's something wrong with pronouncing, with saying let me give an example. If I want to use the word salvation, and I say, well, the original Greek for it is soteria, and it means this and that. And by the way, that's what it means. That's the original Greek word, soteria. And then I now use that to break it down, to explain what the concept of salvation is, that is beyond just being saved from sin, that is deeper than that. It's okay. Like, maybe to explain. It's like when you say something like Oigi Igi. The doctor who wrote the thesis that we started this series with, Dr. Additional, she did a documentary on Oigi Igi. And when you started explaining what that word meant, I mean, you could write a thesis on that word, Oigi Igi. So you are trying to break what that thing is about. You know, if that's your purpose, then that's okay. But I think for the most part, people just use all these things. And I mean, we all have Strong's. We have Strong's dictionary. We have Vines. We have concordances. We have all these things. But I think the real work is to actually understand that thing and then explain it, not necessarily because you want to prove that you speak Greek, but because you want to help them understand that verse deeper. You know, but if anybody wants to use the Greek word to call Jesus, there's nothing wrong with it. Call Hebrew, there's nothing wrong with it, but there's nothing more powerful. There's nothing like Hebrew is more powerful than this is not some religions that you have to speak a particular language. That's not Christianity. And I'll end by saying this. One of the things I call the genius of Christianity is its ability to adapt to different cultures. Not different religions, or different cultures. It can adapt. There's not like if you call it in Hebrew, it is deeper. There's nothing deeper about it. There's nothing more powerful. It's the same thing. It's the same word. It's the same name. And it will work. And it works. Whether it is Jesus or Yeshua or Yehoshua or Joshua or whatever, it's the same person. Thank you very much. All right, let's call it a day. Had fun. Had a great time. We'll go again on Monday. Let me thank everybody who has power tapped. 161.3K on TikTok right now. Thank you very much for, in fact, let me clap for you. Thank you. Thank you for power tapping and sharing. I will share. Thank you very much for power tapping and for, you know, the great things you did for getting us to 60. We have to go beyond this on Monday, by the way. We should get to 100. No, 200. I mean, normally we go high. Well, thank you very much for what we have today. I want to thank everybody who gave gifts. Thank you, Omoni Budo, for the roses. And thanks for the gifts, everyone. Thank you very much for your generosity. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details on the screen. And we'll be here again on Monday. So we have the sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays. By Monday, I want to go deep into the exact things that these people did, these Yoruba people did, in order to reject European culture. And it's important that we recapture these thoughts so that, number one, we don't become a slave in our minds. What if I told you that even the concept of Afrobeat, that we're doing Afrobeat right now, is also rooted in what these people did in the 19th century, where they can take what is foreign, make it their own, and then they produce something entirely new. It's what we did with hip-hop. The same idea. And I think that's it takes a genius to do some of those things as well. So you add what you have originally to what you are importing, and then it becomes markedly different. So we'll go to some of those things on Monday, and hopefully by the end of the week, we're going to discuss the diluted hybrids and the politics of the Saro. It's either we do that after this series, or we read the book, maybe The Other Side of Biafra by Tony Amadi, or Last Train to Biafra by Dili Chukura. One of those things we'll get into next week. But thank you very much. And I promise also that we're going to have a session on Balogun Daring-law. As we have conversations on Fulani and everything, we should also talk about those things. Thank you. At the end of the day, the major reason for this series is to recapture our Yorubaness and to understand that regardless of who or what you believe or don't believe in, what should be paramount or what should be is our Yorubaness, our identity, our ethnicity, and what makes you Yoruba. What makes you Yoruba? Yes, birth could have brought you into this wonderful family of Yoruba people, but beyond that is the ethos, right? It's embracing it and adopting it and living it, right? And not despising other people, but understanding what it means to actually be Yoruba. And that whatever it is that you're imbibing, you don't allow it to affect that identity, whether it's religion, or any form of ideology. So thank you very much for being part of today's session. We're about to close now. But before we close, we're going to listen to the anthems, the Nigerian anthem and also the Yoruba anthem. And that will be a very good way to end the live today. Do have a fantastic weekend. Before you go, don't rush away. Let us do the patriotic thing, which is to sing the national anthem and the Yoruba anthem as well. All right, let's go. Until they go, I want to know.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. And soul are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without name. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation when no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, fún ilẹ̀-èdè wa. Tàgbéga, tàgbéga, tàgbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́
àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògùn adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́ọ̀kùn lágbára ọlọ́run ilẹ̀ yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́ ọ̀gọ́ta bá dáwọ́lé àmàyọrí sí rere ni o. Thank you very much for being part of today's session, and thank you for a fantastic week. We've had a great run this week. We're going to have a better one next week. So join me on Monday at 4 p.m. if you're time West African time. Do have a lovely, lovely, lovely weekend. May God bless you. May God keep you and cause his face to shine upon you. Emari Batisho, Emaro no Gbigba, Eneshobu Dano, Thank you very much. Do have a fantastic weekend. Good night. Thank you, Amonibudo. Thank you very much.